Hello there. Good morning. 11 o'clock a.m. here on a Saturday morning. Fresno, California, a little bit windy, a little bit cooler, well, cooler than yesterday. Yesterday was up to 93 degrees. Today we're forecast for 82. And I've started talking here a little bit, so let's get an AVDW check. The watch goes down on the desk. Tony says AVDVR, good. And 5 seconds before it was showtime, I asked myself, have I done everything that I'm supposed to do? And I realized I didn't queue up my touch bone headset. See, this doesn't actually go in my ear. It supposedly provides sound through my bones. There's some disagreement over the comment section whether that works. I see buffering. Oh boy. I see lots of buffering. So I think I'm going to be getting some comments in chat saying maybe not so good. What have I done? I've got Ethernet connection. I'll go check, make sure that's set on private Ethernet rather than public. Yes, it is. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. I guess I can show you that. This is what it's telling me right now. Aliage has put an actual symbol in the chat for that. Let's see, that's this button, I think. Yeah, somewhere Aliage came up with that. I just said she thought it was for her. I think maybe she's referring to the buffering, or maybe that's chit chat. So we're just gonna kind of delay here a little bit and see if we get something better. I'm going to click on this Stream Health tab, and I see a message here. This error at 11:01. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. That's the exact message up here in yellow. And then it says Stream Health is excellent. And down here, the audio stream's current bit rate is lower than recommended bit rate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bit rate of 128. The audio stream's current bit rate, that's the same message. They're healthy. And then down here, YouTube not receiving data for this stream. That's before I actually started it, I think. Yeah, because that's way back 10:08. So audio bit rate, can I change that on the fly? I do not know. I'll come over here to click the edit button, see where that is. Audio bit rate. The Zoom is up and running, so for those of you who want to come in and join the Zoom session, you can go ahead and do that. Audio bit rate. I know I've been to that before, but I don't know from memory where that is. Showing 23 current viewers. Oh, and chat revenue, that would have been Tony Wallow started that out. And I made a purchase off of that Amazon gift card last week. I think it was actually Friday. Tony sent me a $100 Amazon gift card, and I bought kind of expensive cable. And I've done quite a bit of cable work here in my studio A during this week, and that's kind of led to part of my sense of frustration. If you've read the description of this video, you can sense that I've got a few frustrations mounting. Over here on, let's see, whoops, wrong button, this one, there's BDC. Chris, I get those when I try to stream. He says it's fine after he did a refresh. I think the fineness came from my side because YouTube is telling me now that we've got enough. And I'm gonna go over and check on or bring people into Zoom, but I want to be sure I got this headset configured right. And then Dennis says audio is echoing. Whoops, that's the wrong place for me to click on that. I need that mouse over on monitor 3. Audio is echoing. How would there be echoing? I've got the heads. Oh, oh no, the sound is coming through there because I just heard that doorbell ring from the speakers. So let me go change that. I guess I can. Oh, I'm on this monitor now, so I'll just turn off the picture in picture. There's two people waiting the Zoom room, and if I come here to right click on headphones, oh, that said touch phone. Why did I hear the doorbell through the speakers then? That should have come through here. Oh, let's go check the Zoom settings. So here's the Zoom window, and for me to get to that, I'll go and Alt Tab over here. My different apps open show up on this monitor, and I'm tab to get the Zoom meeting. That come up over here, so I can look towards the camera when I'm manipulating Zoom, and change the sound setting, which you're not able to see this menu as I pop it up. So here I'll go to. There's two entries here for touch phone. One is called headphones touch phone. That's the wrong one. The other one is called headset touch phone. And I think that was Alex. That they helped me figure out that was the right one, because he does a similar thing. I see 25 concurrent viewers. Now the next time somebody does a doorbell, it should go in here, but I'm going to go ahead and bring somebody in. Maybe I just bring one person to begin with, and so I can check my audio. And here the lucky winner is Gary. Gary Weisenberger is connecting to audio, and you should be seeing, let's see, let's bring up XSplit on top. Gary, are you there? Speak to me. I'm not hearing anything from Gary. Maybe I still got something wrong. Let's go back and try another setting. He just muted himself and unmuted himself. And go back to the headphones touch phone. See if that works. Gary, say something. Still nada. Ay, caramba. So you've got the microphone is on the Yeti. The speaker is set to touch phone. Okay, I'll go change the system speakers to be the touch phone. That says touch phone there. How about if I change this in here? Is there another touch phone setting in here? Yeah, touch phone hands free. Let's see how that works. Try it again.
It was working last night.
Still not getting anything from Gary.
No.
All right. How about if I go play a little bit of a YouTube video?
How about now?
Could do this live stream. Where is it? That's that one. Oh, this one here. Bring this back out onto the screen and unmute that. All right. How about if I go? I don't hear anything of a YouTube video. Oh, of course, because I don't have my audio coming through right now. This live stream. Where is it? Hi, Gary. I know the problem's on my side.
Okay.
If I go back to and unmute that. Speakers. How about yeah, that works. Then switch right back to headphones. Well, of course, because I don't have my audio coming through. I know this thing is on because it's. Where is it? Hi, Gary. I know the problem's on my side. Showing up.
Okay.
If I go back to and all right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to bring the rest of the Zoom. Yeah. People in, and you can at least talk to each other, and I think the audience is going to hear you. I know this thing is. I'm not going to hear you. Sit tight, Gary. Here comes Alex and Chris.
Okay.
Then I'm going to turn off the waiting room. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to bring Zoom up on this
people
screen.
in, and you can at least talk.
So now you people should be able to talk to each other, and I'm not watching the video should be able to hear you, but I won't be able to hear you. Hi, Gary. Here comes. Oh, there's Alex again.
Okay.
Then I'm going to turn off the waiting room. All right, Jiminy Christmas, I caramba, zoom up on this
People
screen.
saying you can at least talk
So now you people should be able to talk to each other, and I'm not watching the video should be able to hear you, but I won't be able to hear you.
Hi, Gary.
Oh, there's buffering again.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off. Does this guy know what he's doing? He seems confused. I caramba, zoom up on this
People
screen.
saying you can at least
I saw Alex's
should be able to talk to
screen
each
light
other,
up,
and
he laughed at
I'm
me.
not watching the video should be able to hear you, but
And Alex says we can hear Gary on the
there's
screen.
buffering again.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off.
Does this guy know what he's doing? He seems confused. Not hear Gary over YouTube either. That was. I saw Alex say something like that. Watch calling for video. And Alex says, Gary, you're hearing buffering. Hey, Gary, sound not clear from your side. Does this guy know what he's doing? Sound from Gary and Zoom's okay either. That was. I saw Alex say something like that. Watch calling the word for buffering. I don't know. And Alex says, Gary, you're hearing buffering. Gary, sound not clear from your side. Does this guy know what he's doing? Gary and Zoom's okay either. That was. I need some more foreign words that I can use to. Communicate with aspiration. Hello, Bob Connor. Gary, you're hearing Alpina. Minnesota. It's Minnesota, right? I need some more foreign words that I can use. YouTube? Oh, my YouTube's not playing. I'm not hearing YouTube. Hello, Bob Connor. Anywhere. I'm not hearing any. All right, let me go. Okay. Oh, maybe that's it. Okay, I just muted my YouTube. So maybe now you're not hearing my YouTube playing over the stream. Dennis says he's going to mute the stream until I fix it. So that should have fixed the echo. So let's see, after this comment from Jonathan, did that fix the echo you guys were talking about? And I still don't hear you. Why? All right, I know a way to test it, is I'll open up this other headset. Chris, you're so confused, you're standing on your head. Oh, Alex is too. As far as I know, Gary is as well. Well, his name is right side up. Are you in cahoots, Alex and Chris, to be upside down? Let me bring you up on Zoom and see if you're upside down there too. Yeah, you are. All right, so let's try going over to this headset. Oh, I lost the ear gels. Let's try power cycling this guy. Okay, I just heard it say power off. The echo is fixed. Kenny says it's good now. Paul says sound is echoing. 2 screens are upside down. And it just said, I just got pairing and I got connected again. So I'll go back to the Zoom window and try changing the speaker again to be the alternative. Well, let's see, I'll go to speakers, same as system. Let me see what that gets me. Somebody say something.
How about now?
There's a frame around Gary, so that means he said something. I did not hear it.
I think it's on your side.
Gary's still lighted up, indicating he's speaking.
Why are we upside down? I can't figure it
Speaking.
out.
I'm not hearing you. And one more time, one more change. There's Chris. Chris, are you speaking? Yeah, no, not doing it. So what I'm going to do here is change to this headset, this wired headset. I had to use that yesterday with Josh. Yeah, I took that off my head and I figured I better tell you that I can't hear you while I'm taking that off my head. You can't hear me anyway. All right, so here I plug this in. I've got this set up right, nice, convenient on my desk. I get these wires clipped in here so that I can change from my regular speakers to this headset. Then I gotta change the sound setting in Zoom to be same as system, and then change the system speakers to be, what do they call that? Speakers, I think. Sound now. Say something. Somebody? I'm not seeing anybody's frame light up. There's Chris. Thank you, Chris. Still didn't hear you, so I'll do another change. What could I possibly have wrong? Don't answer that, as if I could hear you anyway. Which one of these? Try that one. I should be able to hear a little bit of something. There's Jeff. I didn't even hear the doorbell that time. Oh, this is nuts. This is insane. What am I going to choose next? What am I going to do next? I'll go check. Make sure the audio is plugged in over here. All right. Not there. Speaker volume is irrelevant when I'm connected to the headset. All right, bring up this screen. Well, I think it already is. Right click on the speaker, go to sounds, and sounds from here. No, that's not what I want. Here. So right now I'm on digital audio. These headphones, this is touch tone. That's the one I'm not wearing right now. Try this speakers. Set that as speakers. Set that as default because I'm plugged into my. Still don't seem to be hearing anything. And I see some frames lighting up. I had sound working on this computer shortly before starting the stream. What in the world is going on? Digital audio, set default. Okay, looking to see somebody's frame light up on Zoom. There's one. Oh, that's Darren. Hi, Darren. Then go back here, right click, open sound settings, troubleshoot. I don't think I want to do this. I don't like this troubleshooter. That's just going to give me a bunch of text stuff. Digital output device, speakers. Now, I did a little while ago have the sound coming through my speakers when I tested by unmuting the video. I want to say that that was the speaker's high definition. So I'll switch back to the speakers, unmute the video. And I'm not hearing anything, but you guys are going to hear echoing. So I'm going to mute that right away. Come back, change again. Did that one. This is the monitor. These monitors actually have speakers. Let me see if I can get sound there. And unmute the video. Is there any sound? This is nuts. There's no sound. Not even through the built-in speakers. Oh. I've never done the XSplit audio render. That didn't even. XSplit stream audio renderer. Well, this didn't even change when I chose that. So I'd say that's not valid. Christmas. What's going on? There's no. Oh, play button. Really? Oh. Video. Oh, good grief. All of that testing of that. And that video wasn't even playing. All right, now can I get this headset? I'm not hearing anything, but you guys are going to hear echoing. So I'm going to mute that right away. Yeah, it's coming through here now. Come back, change again. So that setting is speakers high definition audio. If I this is the Zoom. These monitors actually have speakers. I got to go see if I can mute that video again. Here. All right. Somebody in Zoom speak.
Speak.
Yes.
Can you hear us, Doug?
I can hear you.
Well, you're the one that said speak.
somebody barked like a dog.
You're gonna have Max barking.
What is this with Alex and Chris being upside down?
Blood is rushing to their head.
I can't figure it out. I've been trying to change my video settings. I can't figure it out. I don't know.
Are you joshing with me? Oh, wait a minute. We have a Josh around here.
No, what they did is turn their cameras upside down, then they climbed upside on their desk, and they're confused.
I think they're harassing me. I think they know full well how to fix that. See there's Chris. And there's
now, what do you
Alex.
do, Doug? What do you do when a client calls you and has that problem? You bill them.
Oh yeah. So are you saying I can send a bill to Chris and Alex?
I would do it.
Oh, okay.
We were going to try to get everybody to do it to see what you say.
Well, Josh was going to do it, but I can't get him to get awake. I kept him up till 4 o'clock last night.
Oh.
Well, let him sleep.
That's
I can't turn my camera over. It's on the little flexible stand like the one that Doug has shown us.
If it's cold there like it is here, I can't blame him.
Oh, look at there. Chris is getting ready to pay me.
not enough.
All right.
The catch is you got to reach through the camera and grab the money.
Well, I always like a challenge. Do I really? That sounds like a sickness. But then I am a Doug, so there we go. So what else did I miss here? Let's see. We know we've had some buffering. Right now it says stream is healthy. Here, Gary, massive echo. Well, that's what I was mispronouncing that. I was thinking that meant buffering. It's just the word echo.
Yeah, sounds like there's a little echo when you're talking.
Is there still an echo when I'm talking?
It's not normal. I don't know exactly how to describe it.
Is it a Doug thing? I could remember lots of echo, mute YouTube, if this will be an epic stream. Alliage, did I get the right pronunciation? Is alliage or aljaz? Aljaz, something close to that. So pronunciation 1 out is alliage, pronunciation 2, aljaz, something like that. So alliage, give me a 1 or a 2. Alliage is 1, aljaz is 2. I'm going to mute this stream till you fix it. Only in Michigan, so that was the MI abbreviation. Now it's okay. Sound echoing, 2 screens upside down. Alpena, Michigan. No worries, can flip the monitor. Here, everyone on YouTube, audio is quite muffled. Hangover was bad. The blood rush doesn't rush to the heads. Demeanor, hello to you as well. The echo from your side, but still your voice is not clear. Slight hum. Oh, this headset does have kind of a high-pitched buzz or hum. So I'll try switching back to the touch phone in a moment. Only 15 minutes late. Jim's catching up on DVR mode. Sound issues. Why are you trying to fix output instead of input? Well, it was output to me. It was the sound coming to me that I was trying to fix because I couldn't hear them. They were able to hear me, so that would be fixing output from my computer. So I think I was going the right way there. William Dawson, hello to you. Time tip for Doug to get a drink. That could be helpful. Aliage says I'm back. Hopefully audio will be fixed. Hope I didn't miss a lot. Your sound settings has your C920 microphone selected. Is that correct? Oh, really? On Zoom? Oh, that would be an issue. Let me, let's get over to bring up Zoom and check my microphone, same as system. Yeah, we want to change that to Yeti. So did that change make a difference?
Yes.
Ah, yes, okay. Now, but what I said about the high-pitched buzz from this headset, when I played back the video that I did yesterday with Josh, which you haven't seen yet, there was this high-pitched sound because I had to use this headset with Josh because I couldn't get the touch phone working. Well, I've charged it up on a different charger, and I thought that fixed it. Coming back to chat. Oh, I can look at this I can look towards the camera and read chat. Ali, as you want. I want to know how you like it, and I'm interested in getting your name right. As I want, no. I want to know which is right. Or you probably maybe it's because neither is right. You are using your webcam mic, not your microphone. Doug has turned the world upside down. Jeff looks normal. He does. Yeah, that's a matter of perspective, Jeff.
Yeah, that's the first time anybody's ever said that.
And got away with it. Windows sound settings from Dennis. In Windows setting. Well, I think I've got it all set right now. Now this one from 1126 from Zvi, that seems more recent than the last change I made for my microphone. So after this 1126, Zvi and others, do I still have something not right? This took way too long to figure out. I was expecting all these glitches were going to be
All looks and
fixed
sounds
by-
good here. So
All right.
But you need, Doug, you need to get a faster computer.
I need to get a faster computer. This was supposed to fix so many problems, and it has not. It has not. It has given me a new set of...
You know, Doug, the more expensive your computer is, the more things go wrong with it.
Yeah,
The more stuff it has, especially when you got two computers in one case.
yeah, somebody in my world was back in the 70s, I think it was, late 70s. They were poo-pooing luxury cars because they said that's just more gadgets to break down, to go wrong with them. And yeah, that's the world of Doug.
But you still have a Lincoln.
I don't have a Lincoln.
You did.
I did? No. Let's see. So there's hello. Bob Connor still sounds muffled, he says. Really? Let's see. There's the microphone.
Sounds fine over Zoom.
Say again?
I said you sound fine over Zoom.
Okay,
Zoom.
well, maybe let me check. How about microphone in XSplit? Go check that. See that that's set right. Oops. That actually came up on monitor 1, so I gotta have the mouse over there, but I can look this way as I'm clicking on it. So I'll click on the gear icon for the microphone, and then the gear icon. Well, it's hard to. Oh, now this window came up on monitor 3. Did it? Yeah, it did. I gotta move the mouse all the way over to monitor 3. Click the gear icon. I don't think that's actually coming over the stream. No, it's not. And then microphone says default microphone, so I'll change that to Yeti stereo microphone. So here we go. Here's a change in 3, 2, 1, 0. And click OK. And now over YouTube, you should be hearing a better sound from me. Ay, caramba. How did this get so complicated? Checking window setting for mic. Yeah, it was actually the microphone settings and XSplit, echo. So it should be better now. I'm catching up on chat. Audio is still coming from a webcam. You're right on that, Patriot. YouTube audio from you sounds like webcam. Could you please show us your Windows sound settings C920? If I got the right sound settings in XSplit, the Windows setting is irrelevant. On next week's episode, we test the sudo on Baby Beast. At least, yes, as usual, 83. Patriot says, yay, sounds much better. Okay, so Patriot, maybe that's what you're saying here, but from Greg, this is more on point because I know what you're saying. Yes, to. Zvi says, finally. Are you off from New York? Oh, that's chit chat. After default input change, all is well. Sound is better, but volume is low. Now, I did turn the gain down on the Yeti mic with some experiments. So let me turn that up and see what you think. So the Yeti gain right now is at minimum. It's turned all the way down. Now here's about 1/4 of a turn on the gain knob for my Blue Yeti microphone. No echo now, but volume is low. No echo on YouTube, but volume is low. So with that change that I just made, was that enough of a change? Dan the Man says that is good. And Dan the Man was the one that was saying volume is low. I found that if the gain is too high on that Yeti, it just really has kind of an overpowering. Speedy says seems fine now. Patriot says fine now. Iowa Hank much better. Costanza the Mage fixed now. Oh boy, how far are we into this video? 35 minutes. And I had expressed an amount of frustration in the description of this video. And then we discovered all these audio problems. Should I try the touch bone or leave well enough alone?
Leave it alone.
Boom. That was the first vote, so I'll leave it alone. Hello, Greg Guy. Hello, Wayne Pierce.
My wall's not on fire no more.
Your what?
The wall behind me.
The wall behind you, it was on fire. What was it, too bright?
Well, that lamp was on and it looked like it was on fire.
All right. Yeah. I'm sure I probably would have noticed that if I wasn't carried away. Blackwatch says 5x5 a tad loud. How are we balanced between everybody with the people in Zoom? That's you guys' cue to speak up.
You've been
Sounds good to
fine to
me.
me the whole time. I mean, I'm not, that's just me now.
Yeah.
I'm not picky on sound, but.
Yeah, but you're not listening through the YouTube video.
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing through the Zoom, and it was a little loud, but that was me. I just adjusted it.
All right. So now that Chris and Jeff spoke up a little bit, how's our balance between us over the YouTube video? Come back to chat and see if somebody responds to that. Iowa Hank says sounds balanced. Big John, move on, all good, a little loud. Well, that's kind of a conflict of statement. Say all good, a little loud. YouTube is good, normal. All right, let's move on. Fine, we can adjust it here. Sounds good. Okay, moving on. In the thumbnail for this video, I brought up a few things. Actually, I think the title of this video says 3 troubleshooting tasks, and then the thumbnail actually kind of implies there's 4 of them. I'm just not really caring too much about the numbers, basically, frankly. Although one of those is probably not going to be a troubleshooting task. So if I go back to bring up my browser and bring up Canva, where we can see the thumbnail design in a bigger fashion, and I'll bring that up over here on monitor 1 and turn off the picture-in-picture. Logon failure, that has to do with this laptop that's behind me. Flaky USB port is, I discovered a bad Type-C USB port on the Big Beast build. And so for now, I'm just working around that. But that was really challenging because I had not only a flaky USB port, but a flaky Type-C cable. So I had mixed indicators saying that at one moment it said that the port was bad, another moment it said the cable was bad, and I go to another port, cable seems to be sometimes bad, and what I wound up concluding is both the cable and the Type-C port are intermittently defective. So that was frustration to get through. Then also on the Big Beast build, I've been having some blue screens of death. And those have to do with when I leave XSplit open overnight and I have the capture devices connected and or possibly a screensaver active. And then the video editing crashes. On this part down here, that's referring to the editing work that I did on the video that I did with Josh yesterday. I bought the high-end editing software, Adobe Premiere, right? And
Hey, Doug.
Can I finish my story first, please?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. So I was working in Premiere with that, and got a couple hours into it, lots of edits, I had it saved, and then it crashed, and now it continually crashes. And I found several Google searches giving instructions of what to do. So far, all of those instructions have failed to fix it. Okay, so Alex, you were trying to say something?
I was just gonna say before I forget that Josh asked me to ask you how you set up the Zoom link so he can just click on it. So could you show me how you did that so I could set it up for Ken's Zoom?
Oh,
and
sure.
For my Zoom meeting.
Oh, sure. And that is something that anybody could be interested in. Now, the catch is if I demonstrate that on the YouTube video, does that expose the credentials in such a way that we have troubles with the troublemakers? Let me take a quick look at something here. Of course, I could describe it, or I could use a different.
Yeah, that's something I've been trying to do for Ken's videos, and I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if it's
here
something he has to do, or if we can do it from our side.
yeah, you can do it from your side. I'm gonna blot out the codes on my meeting, and then I can bring this up and show you how to do it. It's very easy. Okay, so I can bring that screen onto XSplit and bring that keyboard and mouse over here so that I can look this direction as I'm working on that screen. Oh, all right. Well, I set up the capture device so that I could use it with this laptop. And so to change it back, I've got to go change over a cable at the Big Beast build. So I'll turn that camera on while I do it. Now I have to disconnect from my audio, so I can't hear you. I was about to sit down and start trying to hear you, and I wouldn't be able to hear you, and somebody would eventually say, plug in your... Now, oh, it says default microphone has changed to headset. That probably is okay. I'm not hearing anybody yet. Do I have to change this again? Yep, I got it. So I got to go fix it in Zoom again.
You hear me?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
So nobody was talking earlier then. All right. Or maybe it took that long for it to reconnect. I don't know. I can hear you.
I was muted. You might have saw my lip moving.
All right. So then here's another one of the troubleshooting failures. My second capture device isn't working. So that's why I had to switch to the capture device that I use for Baby Beast. All right. So here's, oops. That was Greg Salazar's video. Okay, so here's the typical invitation. Somebody sends you an email with the full invitation the way that Zoom sends it. It would include the meeting ID up here, and it would include the passcode. So I just deleted those, so I'm not exposing them on my video. What we care about here is the link. This right here is a clickable link. You probably have discovered that in the past, where if Ken sends out an email, or if I send out an email to somebody, this link is clickable. So we highlight that link and then Control-C to copy it, or if you prefer, you could right-click and choose Copy, and then go to the desktop. So to go to the desktop, I'll hold down the Windows key and press the letter D. That's going to minimize everything that's open. And then I'll right-click on the desktop and choose New. I just float the mouse over the word New, and then float the mouse out to the word Shortcut and click on the word Shortcut. And here it's asking for the location of the item. So press Control-V for paste, or you could use right-click and choose Paste. And that's the link, but it does not expose the meeting credentials. And then click Next, and then type a name for the shortcut. So this would be name for the shortcut. All right, somebody's got to mute their YouTube video. And so it could be Doug's Zoom, and then click Finish. And then that puts this icon on the desktop. Now, if this icon appears on your desktop with no browser icon, it should show up your default browser icon. If it doesn't show up any browser icon, if it just looks like maybe like a notepad look, then what happens is when you double click on it, it's going to ask you how you want to open this program. And the first choice there should be a web browser. Just click on that, and then that's going to fix this icon, and it'll automatically go into the web browser. Well, there's a checkbox. I can't demonstrate that because this is already set for me. So there's a checkbox to say, always use this program. You want to always use your web browser when you're launching a website link from your desktop. There's just nothing else you do.
But my question is how does it know to put how does the link know to put the password in? Because we was trying that out. Jeff was trying that out before on Ken's channel with Ken's link, and it wasn't putting him in the waiting room automatically. It was just asking him. It was asking him to put the password in when he made the shortcut.
Right. I was using the standard form of the passcode that you get, and yet I have a link for yours where it's like an encrypted or translated version of the passcode.
Okay.
That's on the end of the command there. And when I click yours, boom, I'm in. When I do Ken's, no matter what I've tried, I have to still enter the passcode separately on a screen.
That sounds like it has to do with how the invitation is configured in Zoom. So
that has to do with Ken's Zoom settings. I do know that because we were configuring that a while back, but now can't remember what we changed to.
Right. I mean, with Ken, I've got like a 8-character passcode.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Now with yours, I've got this long string. I don't know how many are in it.
Yeah. Well, when I send out the invitation by email, there is a session ID, which is the session ID, and then there is a passcode. So you could manually go into Zoom to join a Zoom session by typing those in. The link that is included in the invitations that I send out is a clickable link to get you straight in to the Zoom session. You'll go into the waiting room if I have the waiting room turned on. If I don't have it turned on, you get into the session. So whatever that, when Ken clicks on the send invitation or the copy and paste the invitation, that invitation must be not including the credentials in there, and there must be something in the administrator interface of Zoom. I'm sure it would be on the website rather than from the Zoom application itself.
Yes, that's where it is.
Yeah, you'd have to log into the website. I can do that. We can go there and explore that during this video, can't we?
Yeah, the passcode seems to have been translated into a long string that
right.
you go in automatically.
Right. So the URL string that my invitation send includes the session ID and the passcode. Ken's is not including the passcode. Right?
Hey, Josh.
Well, it's there, but not all in that one string. It's sent as a separate line that you can copy and paste.
Okay. Yeah, but it's not part of the URL code.
Right.
So I'm on this monitor over here. I'm logging into my Zoom account on the website. Now, what am I going to... I think I'll go ahead and poke around a little bit. It seems like it's got to have to do with the invitation. Do they actually? Alex, you've already poked around looking for this, haven't you?
Yes, we've already looked around for it on Ken's.
Okay, here's the thing. It seems like that setting should be configurable for each meeting. Each meeting that you create, you should be able to identify whether you want the link that's sent to include the passcode or not.
See, he says something in the main security settings of Zoom that makes it so that when he starts a new automatically generated meeting that's not his personal meeting room like you use, it doesn't put a password at the end. So basically, when he sends out the link, you have to be logged in to a Zoom account in order to sign into the meeting. Otherwise, it won't let you.
No, I'm not logged into a Zoom account when I sign in.
Yeah, but I think Alex is saying because I'm using my personal meeting room, that works for you.
Yes, it doesn't work for Ken's. The way Ken has his set up, it doesn't work if he's not using his personal meeting room and he automatically generates a Zoom ID and password. You have to be logged in. But if he's using his personal meeting room, you don't.
Hey, Alex.
Okay, but I don't know what that long string is. I have this 7-character thing that comes in a separate line when he texts or emails me. So I don't know how that gets translated into this long string that includes both this long translated string, PWD equals blah, 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 blah on the end of the URL.
Hang on a second. The way that I do it is I just, from the meeting room, I click copy invitation. I go paste it in an email. There's nothing special I do to make that happen. I do know they do treat personal meeting IDs differently than the other IDs, but I don't know if that is a difference.
Yeah, I think it's something that happens when he sends it out. And it may be like you said. So, Alex, you say Ken's not using his personal meeting room when he's...
Ken is using his personal meeting room, but because of his security settings in Zoom, his normal Zoom credentials are his personal meeting room. But if he gets on with me and just wants me and him to be able to talk and nobody else to be able to join, and he sends me an automatically generated Zoom code, I have to be logged in.
Okay, well, that's not what's
In order to
happening
be
to me.
able
I'm
to-
just using the one he sent out. But I'm not getting the invitation with the URL that says PWD equals something on the end
Oh,
of the
well,
URL.
now when he sends to you, maybe he's deleting out some of the content, because when I copy the entire thing, it's got a whole bunch of phone numbers that you could use for dial in, and it's got a link for a cell phone connection. It's got a bunch of stuff. So if you're only getting those two pieces of information, that would imply to me that he's not
I'll have
sending
to
the
go
whole
and look in
invitation.
my email. It's on my old computer yet. I don't have it on my new
You
build yet.
have to ask him to log into the Zoom website, go to his personal meeting room, and click on copy invitation and send that to you in an email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something in the way he's sending it. Yeah, I was trying to find a way to translate the 7-character thing into this big long string,
No,
and none of that worked.
no, I'm sure that's encrypted in a way that you can't just,
Right. Yeah, I don't
Type
have
it.
the encryptions done, obviously.
I
yeah.
had a product just like this 20 years ago, and it wasn't this hard. It's called the telephone.
Yeah.
Hello, Josh.
Are we on a squirrel again?
Yeah.
Let's see. I've got that.
Good afternoon, Al.
He finally woke up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Josh. Let's close down that participants window.
Why did it take Josh so long to connect the audio?
Because Chris, I have it set up so that the audio comes directly into my hearing aid.
Okay,
It's easier that way.
Yep.
that's cool.
That's
All
makes
right.
sense.
I was up all night.
Well, we already found out who to blame for that, Josh. So
Doug,
Yes.
Alex.
Ken says to tell you that he doesn't delete anything. He clicks on copy link.
All right. Well, can Ken send that to me so I can see what his looks like coming to me? He's not actually.
yeah.
He's out on a family activity today, isn't he?
He's on his phone out doing something, so he's probably watching YouTube on his phone.
All right. Hi, Ken. So let's see. Here I had my last highlighted chat comment. Aliage all cool. Blackwatch is chit chat. Things go wrong in YouTube land. No worries. XSplit crash, memory overload, and crash BSOD. Won't sleep. What? Oh. Oops.
What did I miss?
No, we're not going to replay the whole thing for you, Josh.
We've just been wondering where you've been at.
Huh?
All right, so then I'll go here. Things go wrong. YouTube. Oops, I already did that part. So you have two PCs. Yeah, baby. Yeah. So the way I distinguish them when I write it out is I'll do 3 lowercase b's. That would be baby beast, and 3 uppercase b's would be big beast build. And for those who don't know, those are 2 computers inside the same case that's sitting behind me, that big black case. Let's see. So I'm going to start skipping over a lot of things that appear to be chit chat. If you want to get my attention, be sure to hit me up in orange. And Tony is informing us this was a squirrel. Yeah. What is that?
But that shortcut made it a lot easier, though.
The
I
what?
like that.
Oh, the shortcut.
The shortcut made it a lot easier.
Yeah. So here's something I'm chuckling at. It looks like I typed a message in chat before I started the live stream addressed to Aliage responding to a question that he asked, and I never clicked send. So here goes the send on that. There's my response to your earlier question. He asked, how am I? And I referred him to the description of the video because I am in a frustrating environment of recent.
Oh, God.
All right. Where am I going to turn now? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to look at USB ports.
Look at USB ports.
Yes, I thought that was on your.
That was one of my items on my list. Yes. I don't know that that's something for us to look at, and that's because I described that what happened there is the USB Type-C port. There's two of them on the back of the Big Beast build. There's two of them on the front of the Big Beast build. Well, I wanted to have two Type-C cables connected to the back, so I wanted to use both of those ports. And one of them is intermittent, and it doesn't work every time. And it was for that particular port. So now the Stream Deck company, they warn against using long USB cables. So I was in a risky environment there. This cable I have attached now is 20 feet and it works fine, but it's not long enough for me to run it along the wall so I don't have to walk over it and step on it.
I have a question.
All right.
How long is the cable that it comes with? 6 feet?
It doesn't come with a cable. I don't think. I don't know. It might have come with us. I think it comes with maybe a 3 foot or 4 foot. I'm sure I just discarded it off into my bag of Type-C cables. But when I connect it with this 20-foot cable to the first Type-C port on the back of Big Beast build, it works fine. When I connect it to the second one, it will display only this. Let's go. Where's the camera that's pointed the right way? Let's try that one. It'll just display this, what it kind of appears to be looks like a letter G. I guess somehow it's a Stream Deck logo. So it just displays that. It won't show the buttons. It doesn't matter whether I restart the computer or refresh, disconnect, reconnect, but sometimes it'll work. The time that it worked is after doing this troubleshooting, swapping cables around, changing different ports. I got the newer, the longer cable. That's a 20-foot cable, but I have a 26-foot cable, I think is the other one. And then it worked on one occasion in the second Type-C port. So it's like, great, we got it. So I then thread it through the wall and through the things that I have mounted along the wall, plug it in, and it doesn't work.
The reason that they recommend against using long USB ports for the Stream Deck is the same reason why companies don't recommend using long USB ports for external hard drives.
Sure.
It affects the data transfer between the hard drive and the computer.
Yeah, but a hard drive's doing a whole lot more data than these Stream Decks. It's an input device. It's just silly to me that it can't work with a long cable. I think they're saying that simply because they don't want to support more issues that come up with long cables. It works with this cable. Hang on just a second, Jeff. Now, when I use the 26-foot cable I have, it won't work in any port. So I'm pretty sure that cable's defective. And that's the third defective cable that I've had in the last 3 weeks. Go ahead, Jeff.
There was a message from Ken in the chat that he's got the broken laptop with the non-working USB. Said to tell you.
Oh, all right. He's got a broken laptop with non-working USB. There it is. Oops, and I'm...
Right, he got that from his sister-in-law, was it, guys?
All right. Yeah, I remember that was part of conversation.
He got his hands on it. So
that was part of conversations quite a while back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why did he say 4 feet?
Pardon?
Why did he say 4 feet?
Why did who's? Oh, this one from Ken
Ken
Stout.
says 4 feet. I don't know what he means.
I think I know what he means. He's meaning that's what Stream Deck says is they don't want a cable longer than 4 feet, and that's he's saying that because he recently bought one, so he's probably recently.
Yeah, I looked at
He
the
meant to type 4 foot. It's hard on the phone. He's probably on his phone.
You're gonna give him static for using the word feet instead of foot.
Yeah.
I think he's actually saying how long the one he got with it was. 4
Oh,
feet.
okay, probably so. Yeah, that he got one that's 4 feet long, 4
That's a horse.
foot 4 foot
4
long.
foot long.
yeah, 4 feet long is actually the correct grammar.
4
Yeah,
feet.
4 foot long.
Yeah.
Okay, there we have Gary on one side and Ken on the other.
4
Squirrel,
feet like a
squirrel, squirrel.
We're in
Uh,
America.
I'm gonna
48
catch up in
inches.
DVR mode.
All right, let's take Gary. Go ahead, Gary.
No, I just said we're in America. 48 inches.
48 inches. There you go. And then Josh, your whatever you said didn't come through very well either. Did you have something there, Josh?
I said I'm gonna catch up in DVR mode.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, the 4 foot was very commonly said where I grew up, but my family had a lot of Southern heritage in it, so that's
Hey,
that's probably
hey,
the thing.
Josh, look up if you're still hearing me. I was being a little cantankerous when I said we're not going to catch up. Are you hearing me, Josh, right now? Thumbs
Yeah,
up if you.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
The first, I don't know, 20 minutes was all fixing my audio problems. So
Oh, great.
don't bother. Don't bother. You
Okay.
don't need to go back and catch up. Yeah, I was just being cranky when you came in and said, "What did I miss?" I mean, every time somebody says that, because I'm a Doug, my natural response is I want to give you a full answer. What did you miss? And no,
Today, not much.
yeah, today not much. I could tell you that in a very short sentence what you missed. You missed fixing a bunch of my audio problems. For quite a while, I couldn't hear anybody on Zoom.
Jeff, Chris, and Alex were talking to Gary, and that was it.
They and the people watching the YouTube video could hear me. But anyway, if you want to, it is, I think, maybe kind of comical. You might go back and watch it.
Yeah, Josh, we were upside down, me and Alex.
Oh yeah, they were just messing with me there.
Well, but they couldn't contribute much because the blood was rushing to their heads. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at my phone and I saw Alex be up and something about Dougie's gonna phone before he there. So I'm like, and I looked at my clock and it was like after 2 o'clock. I'm like, oh crap.
So here I'm going to catch up on the chat room. Yeah. Okay. So Alia's got my abbreviations down, and that's for me. I don't need to read that. And Jim saying, "Is it safe to come in? All these issues you're having, I'm afraid something will happen to my system." Let's see. You're not in yet, are you? No. Come on in, Jim. Of course. Let's see. That's chit chat going on, and the stuff from Ken. Bob, sorry for hearing your troubles. Cardiologist went on sabbatical back in November after putting stents in both legs. So far, they haven't helped, so he can't talk to the cardiologist. Bob, I've seen you around a lot. I'm going to turn you blue. That's just a way for me to recognize that I've seen you around. I got to turn off the picture-in-picture for me to be able to see that.
Yeah, I did redo that AP lap. Right?
I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Josh. Hang on a second. Extend your USB-C data cable over a distance 5 meters with USB signal booster. Yes, I have done that. And this particular cable doesn't have that. And I think I'm going to be looking for a signal booster. Now, I did find signal booster cables with USB 3, but that's with A on one end and Yeah. Oh, as an extension. But what I need is a USB Type-C on both ends. That's like 26 feet, and I don't mind an active booster. If I have to plug it into AC, that's fine with me. But I don't think I've found that yet. It's really a struggle going through the Amazon listings trying to find the precise type of cable that I want. Let's see. There were some DRs here have stopped altogether. Living on savings. Oh, that's probably responding to somebody else. Nothing else in orange. Doug asked about the cord. They supply 4 feet. Yeah, we got that figured out. And Paul, sorry, are correct. And I've seen Paul around here quite a bit too. So Paul, I'm going to turn you blue. Just mainly gives me a convenience for recognizing you.
Can I be red?
What?
Can I be red?
Chris, you want to be red? If you want to be red, you could do, I guess, sign language, and anyone who knows sign language can read you. So that means you're being read.
Oh,
That was a delayed reaction, but I got a good, healthy laugh out of that. Huh. That means I came up with a halfway good joke.
You did, Ken. I mean, you did, Doug.
I did?
You sure did.
All right.
That was funny.
All right. And you've got the red shirt on, so you're red in that way too. Right? That is a red shirt. Bring you up in full. Yeah, it's got to be red. Oh, okay. So did I finish my description about the USB issue that I had struggled with? I've got a lot of long cables. I have 3 HDMI cables that are 33 feet in length. I've got a HDMI to DVI cable that's 20 feet in length. And I've got a bunch of 23 to 33 USB extensions and original cables, but to get this place set up so I don't have to walk over cables anymore, and I'll show you how that's going. I'm limited on my length here, but let's see. Did I do the tripod or no, that's this one. So I've got all those wires going along the wall. They go through a hole in the wall back to Big Beast and Baby Beast, and they go around the corner over there. And that is intended to be so that I can walk along this floor and get to the window and the drapes or blinds without having to walk on cables. Still got a few there, but before I put it up on all that wall stuff, I was just walking all over cables. And then this desk, I think most of you know, it's a sit-stand desk now. I've converted it so that I can raise it up. Well, when I put it back down, I've got to go around and clear all those cables multiple times as it's going down if I don't have them secured against the wall. So that's what that was about. And I'm just spending so much time on that. I want this, I need all my infrastructure set up so I can do more videos and just sit down and start doing things. Paul says thanks, and that's chit chat between the two, it looks like. Bob says thanks for your trust. At least I'm not feeling blue. And if I think there's some people that I've seen often enough to turn you blue too. If I haven't got around it, please don't feel slighted. I'm not actually asking you to do moderator work. There are a few people who know who they are that when they see somebody putting spam in or really vulgar content, they will delete the comments or hide the user from the channel. But I don't want anyone to be over aggressive with deleting comments because I allow and am fine with people criticizing me or saying mean things about me, but I'm not at all tolerant of saying mean things about other people that are participants, whether they're on Zoom or whether they're in chat. So, and if there's any marginal things like that, I like to go look at it myself. So you delete the comment, then I'll go look at it when I notice it. Okay, moving on before that becomes another squirrel. What was one of the other things that I did? Is there anything I said in my frustrations that you're particularly interested in me addressing next? Dead silence. Ask a question. That's a way to quiet.
My memory doesn't go back that far.
Oh, you're a Doug. You're such a Doug. All right.
Here's the thumbnail.
Oh yeah, you could go. I could bring the thumbnail back up.
Did you talk about the login failure?
I have not talked about the login failure. That's the laptop that's sitting behind me. So since you have asked about that, let's go see this. This camera will point to that laptop. So this belongs to a client of mine. And I picked it up from him yesterday. He called me Thursday in somewhat of a panic because he uses this for preparing the materials for his church. Now, he's a chiropractor. He's my chiropractor, and he's my client for his computers, but he uses this laptop at home for preparing materials for his work with his church. And he said that he was working on it, actively working on it, and he looked away and then went back to it, and it was rebooting. And it got to a log-on prompt, and it couldn't log on. It wouldn't let him log on. So I went and picked it up, and I think he also said something about repair messages. He wasn't clear on the things that he saw, so I'll just pick it up. Sounded to me like it was a pretty significant thing that I didn't want to try to do anything over the phone with him. And he already had his data that he needed for this Sunday's church service on a thumb drive. So we knew that he wasn't in an emergency state. So I brought it here and I started checking it out. My first inclination is that I wasn't going to test it or try to replicate the symptom until live stream today. And we could go through this as a fresh troubleshooting. But I tucked myself into making a backup of his hard drive first, because the way he described it to me, I thought we might wind up reformatting this, because it sounded to me like I think he had actually used the words boot device missing, something to that effect. So I thought, oh boy. So I plugged in my USB Macrium Reflect thumb drive. No, it's not still on the desk. Oh, here it is. It's totally pointless for me to show you a thumb drive, right? Because you know what it is. Somehow I feel like I got to show something, so it's just not me talking. But let me finish. So I put that in, and I missed. I was hitting the escape key to get to a boot menu, and I saw it flash up, and my fingers were still flying, and I inadvertently got past the boot menu, and it went ahead and tried to boot Windows, and then it came up to a login screen. And I said, well, there it's waiting for a password, and it looks like it's okay. So I was thinking, oh, we're not going to be able to do anything with this during live stream. There's nothing wrong with it. He was just confused. He was a Doug. And then I tried it again and discovered there is a problem on it, but I'm not sure how easy it is to reproduce the problem. So we'll go try it out in a moment, and I'll try to reproduce the problem. And I just saw something come up in chat that I want to hit up. From Lawn Dog, you recently popped up on my YouTube homepage. I've been watching some of your past videos, so I decided to join you today. I also have Leo Laporte's chat room, and I think he might recognize me from that. I'm a member of the Twit Club. Maybe Lawn Dog is a member of the Twit Club too. I'm very regular with Windows Weekly and with Security Now, but not quite so much with Leo Laporte's weekend call-in show. I think that's what he's referring to there. But Lawn Dog, I think I recognize him from other place too. Are you active on Kerry Holzman's channel too? So I'm going to go ahead and turn you blue, Lawn Dog. Going on next to me, but I'm enjoying the show and hope I can contribute. What's going on next to me? Oh, Leo Laporte's chat room. Yeah, because Leo Laporte has a radio show, and he does it on video on weekends. Let's see. I'm going to turn off picture-in-picture there for a minute. We will see. I'm sure I'm surrounded by a lot of smart guys. I'm here to consume more information to add to my already technical knowledge. Awesome. Glad to have you, Lawn Dog. Maybe if you're up to it, you might join us in the Zoom room as well. Always welcome to have more people. In my best, oh, that's too many Smurfs in the chat. That's chit chat. Amazon has one listed, the link below, William Dawson. So that's not a link. That's a search thing. William, you're blue, so you should be able to actually paste the link. Unless it's too long to go into chat, that's possible. Because there's a limit, you only allowed 200 characters. Does this machine have a spinning hard drive? We're dealing with a solid state drive. This laptop, I believe, has an M.2 drive and an SSD inside the laptop. He says, yep, I am. I'm guessing that means the Twit Club member. So Trip Light, Lawn Dog, Kerry Holzman. So I guess that means, oh yes, he is also on Kerry Holzman. I knew I recognized that name. Take that up with the others. So I'm going to try searching this on Amazon. And let's go to this one and add, oh, that's on monitor 2. Oops, got to move the mouse this way. And paste that there and bring that up on screen with picture-in-picture. Oh, I didn't go into Amazon. So my Amazon link up here is actually take his Amazon link, and when I click on it, you'll see up here in the address bar, Kerry Holzman. So this, every time I go into Amazon, it goes credit to him. If you're wanting to support his channel in that way, then that's the way to do it. So then I'll do a paste here in Amazon and see if that gets me. Triplite USB-C active extension 3.1. How long is that? Doesn't say how long it is. Am I not seeing a length there? Oh, 5 meters. 5 meters. Alexa, translate 5 meters to feet.
5 meters is about 16 feet 5 inches.
Yeah, we need longer than that. That's for an extension. Well, I could use the active extension and a shorter USB Type-C cable. It's got USB Type-C on each end. I could do it that way. I'd prefer to have straight length, meaning go from the computer to the device with no links. And this Stream Deck has a Type-C port on it. So I'd like to plug directly into that. What I'd really like to have is a USB Type-C on both ends with an active.
Because Doug, I'm sure you remember when you did that network troubleshooting for that client's office, and they had all those Ethernet cables connected together with those extensions.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I want to have as little possible connectors between, whether it's even one of my monitors. Let's see, this monitor. Yeah, this monitor in position number 2, which, by the way, Catherine Hauserman Is she here today? I thought I saw her earlier. Did I not see Catherine? Anyway, she had commented about replacing this middle monitor. The middle monitor was lower than the other two, and I was showing that one day. And she was saying I should replace it. Well, I did. I did replace it, and the Big Beast build has 2 HDMI ports and 2 data ports. These monitors don't have data ports. They're only HDMI. Yeah, that's right. So one of the cables had to go from a data port to an HDMI. So I bought a specific cable that does that. Plug it into the DVI port, data port on the computer, and it comes out to an HDMI port. Here, no adapters. On the Baby Beast, it has an HDMI port and a data port. I wanted that to go to this monitor, which is DVI and VGA. So I have a cable that goes from HDMI to DVI. Now it works fine. I already had that cable. My old computer, the one with Cessna on it, it was all DVI. And because of that, I already had a cable that goes HDMI to DVI. But the second port on the Baby Beast, I wanted it to go to the capture device. I have a capture device like this. It's over there, zip tied to the back of Big Beast, so that those two computers are connected to each other. Even though they're in the same case, there's no capability of internal connections. So that one, I wanted to get a short data port cable to HDMI. So I could do that with a short cable, not having this long cable, not having an adapter. And I can't find a short cable. So I still have an adapter that's plugged into a data port adapter that's plugged into the back of Baby Beast, that where I plug in an HDMI cable. So I have that adapter still present. Now the ironic thing there, hello Jose, I'll get to you in a moment. The ironic thing there, Baby Beast has, so one video cable is HDMI, one is DVI. The DVI is pretty solid. It doesn't come loose. It's not DVI, data port. And you know data ports have that latch. To remove it from the computer, you have to depress that button to remove it. HDMI doesn't have that. Well, this HDMI cable that I'm currently using for here, it wiggles its way loose. So I have to occasionally go in and push it back in. And there's no adapter in that one. Hello, Jose.
Hey there, Doug.
It looks like they've got you lined up on a firing line or something. Or,
No, it's some
are you in trouble?
No.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. It looks like maybe you just kind of jumped in while you're out and about doing something else, maybe?
Yes. So wanted to come in, say hi, have my video turned on. I'm out and about. Maybe my audio is not as good as the last time I talked. And obviously this is my cell phone, so the video is not as optimized that I would like to. But anyways, just wanted to say hi. You see my face and everything.
Is it reasonable for me to suspect that you are a photographer?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm usually on some others live streams. For example, KB Horseman as Photo Mix Media.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. I've recognized your name from there, or your channel name, Photo Mix Media. You came into the Zoom session as Jose M. Alvarez, Photo Mix Media. I don't recall if your YouTube identity name or channel name, whatever we want to call it, if it actually has your name with it. Does it, or is it just Photo Mix Media?
No, that's my photography channel that I jump in, you know,
Okay.
for marketing reasons. But
Sure.
some other YouTubers, not going to name any names, you know,
Okay.
say that why not use my real name? Well, in this case, I am in this occasion. But
Okay.
photo multimedia is my way of my business name, so I could be more of a marketing
Sure.
purpose.
Sure. And absolutely welcomed to do that. Where are you? Are you maybe in another country?
No, I'm not. I'm here in the United States.
Oh,
Actually, I'm about an hour and a half from you, from Fresno.
really?
Yes, I'm in the town or city called Modesto.
Oh, yes. Yes. Absolutely. I know Modesto.
Nice,
Awesome.
nice.
Awesome. So another Californian. I think if we were to tally the number of people from different states or even different countries, I think California might come out, mainly because I've got a few right here in Fresno. Although I don't know if I can call them all. Like I think I have. Don't I have Chuck Riley on the Google Earth thing at the beginning in Fresno, and Tim Sal? Of course, Tim Sal comes in sometimes, so he's valid to keep on there. But Chuck Riley doesn't really join us except for when I actually have him in session for some kind of helping with some kind of issue. All right, so Jose, thanks for coming in with your camera and saying hello, and we'll go ahead and move along.
Thank
Doug,
you.
Yes.
has something happened to Tim recently? I seem to recall hearing that he
Yeah,
hasn't been around. Is he okay?
I haven't heard directly from him. I only came across some. I think it was a comment on probably on Ken Stout's channel about him saying maybe he broke his leg.
Oh goodness.
I'm that's hearsay because I think that's what I heard somebody on Ken's channel say they heard from. Or
yeah, mine was like third hand or something.
Yeah, so I don't trust that, but I haven't heard from him, so
right.
I don't know. Let's go catch up on chat. Here's my last highlighted item. Looking for other orange. Dennis says you mentioned data port. I think you meant display. Yes, I meant display port. Oh, I can't. I watched back on last weekend's video a little bit because I wanted to check up on the sound, and I caught myself saying, I don't know what I think I was. Well, I used the word computer when I was meaning something totally not computer. I don't remember what it was, but just totally nonsense word substitution, so much so that I think probably most people watching realize what I meant. And DDT 2005 is Dennis, and at the moment I'm drawing a blank on his last name. Let me talk about Dennis a little bit in a moment. But yes, I did mean DisplayPort. So then, let's see, that's chit chat. Dennis, by the way, my sister graduated Fresno State several years ago. Well, awesome. John and Dennis is in. Oh, come on, the place where there's the canal thing between the over the continent, Panama. Yeah, Panama. I believe I'm recollecting that, right? From John, hello to you in chat from Virginia. Just finished my mowing for the week. Let's try, if I do picture this way, it's a little bit, yeah, it still gets, how about we do it this way? Move this over here, move this, can I move this up now? There we go. There you go. So I just gave you all a lift. Hope you enjoyed the ride. Just finished mowing my mowing for the week. God, I'm glad I don't have to mow lawns anymore. I've got kind of a desert landscape front yard and nothing in the backyard. This cable length with the Type-C is interesting. They are long, like 20 feet. See, cables that are used for VR have no booster. It's interesting. The headset data transfers okay, I guess. Yeah, it's interesting to me. They've got these extension cables that they're used for VR headsets. Like that's a low end need, but they also have a lot of these Type C cables say they're fast charging and indicating they're not good for data. So that's something with these longer cables. There are very much longer Type C cables, but they say for charging. Why in the world would you need such a long cable for charging a phone? That's just silly. I guess maybe for the VR headsets. This may fit the bill. So that's a new egg. I'll right click and open a new tab. That's going to come up on monitor 2. And punch this.
That's not new egg.
Oh, it's not new egg. It's new necks. All right. I haven't heard of them. So what do we got here? 16. Transfer data up to 16 meters in response for the growing need.
Around 50 feet.
That's extension. Yeah. It provides directional C to C. So I think it has to go one direction. Yeah, the one end dedicated for the host and the other dedicated for the devices. That piece scares me a little bit because it sounds like it's for data traveling in one direction. And a Stream Deck does data 2 ways, but it's not a lot of data. Backward compatibility, custom configuration, angle connectors. Yeah, I'll go look at that later. Let's see, get back to chat. So thank you, William. Oh, Thompson, that's right. Dennis's last name is Thompson. So I'll go ahead and talk about Dennis. Last week, he made some kind of mention about just coming off of someone else's live stream. He was on somebody else's live stream, and I said I'd go check out his channel. Before I realized he was saying somebody else's live stream, I thought I had some awareness of his channel. So I went and checked it. His channel has had a rather remarkable growth spurt starting, I'm not sure if it started in November, December, something like that, but he went from less than 100 subscribers to, well, let's see, let's go see how many subscribers he's at now. And let's see, you know what I can do is, it's visible here somewhere. Let's scroll back up there a little bit, kind of, because I like to point this out to people. So if I go to DDT, you guys anybody should be able to do that. Click the 3 dots over here and then click on go to channel. They took that away for a while and then they brought it back. Bring that back and then come over here to Dennis. I'm just going to trust that it's okay for me to show your success. He's at 281,000 subscribers.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him a break.
He's obviously doing something right, and I'm doing something terribly wrong.
Well, he's revealed exactly how he achieved that, and so I'll Dennis, I hope you don't mind if I tell the story. Give me a thumbs up or something, Dennis, to say that it's okay for me to tell the story. Yeah, he's in Panama.
You gave each of his subscribers $5.
No, not that. Now let's see. Let's go look at if I click on videos and then come over here to sort by and go to his most popular video. And let's see, here's 165,000 views for that. That's a video he created 2 months ago. It's pretty much all Fortnite, which I've told you guys before that I started doing Fortnite back in around November, December, because my grandson is into it. I'm really enjoying it. And this is Dennis right here at his home in Panama. And let's see, I guess I better go see if he's said it's okay to tell a little bit of his story. Let's see. Yeah, he's giving me a thumbs up. A growth started in mid-January. It was thanks to a TikTok video. Some random person who stumbled across his channel when it was getting, probably his videos were getting like less than 10 views, stumbled across his channel, and Dennis had been publishing videos for years regarding his Fortnite play, and he doesn't claim to be a really high skilled Fortnite player, yet he has a massive number of wins. And a win on Fortnite is you're competing against 100 other people, well, 99 other people. And if you're the last survivor, then you won. He's got a tremendous amount of wins to his belt. Well, he has a little secret technique that it's not so much a secret. He published it. He explained it. He's got a little trick that allows him to play basically only against bots or beginners. And so it's rather easy to pile up those wins. But somebody made a TikTok video about his videos, and the TikTok video went viral. And that's how he got all the subscriptions. Now he's got kind of a challenge on his hands because he has to keep some amount of those viewers watching his videos. It allowed him to become monetized, so he's monetized now. But if I go click on sort by and go to newest, we're going to see his most recent videos, 620 views, 2,000 views, 2.4 thousand views. So there's still a good number of views. But it's not the number of views that you would expect for 281,000 subscribers. So he's now got to live up to the notoriety that he's got. He does have a monetized channel, and I think I think he's going to find his way through that. And wish you all the best success, Dennis. So let's come back, see, is there anything more in chat? I skipped over some things, I think. There's Orange. Nope, I got everything. Rick Lake says hello. Hi, Rick. Good to see you. And there's some hellos back and forth. Lawn Dog, I'm wondering if 3M, who makes the special fiber optic cables for long lengths, makes... Yes, they do. And I found the fiber optic cables. Oh, $135 for a fiber optic cable for my Stream Deck. I don't remember how long it was. I think they got like, I don't know, 50, 60 feet.
I'll live with the 4-foot restriction.
Say again, Jim?
Said I'll live with the 4-foot restriction.
Yeah, well, I got to bring the computer over here near it in order to do that. Or I reach over to Big Beast Build every time I want to press the Stream Deck button. But I've got a longer cable working for it, and that 33-foot Type C to Type C cable. Yeah, I really think it's defective, so I ordered another one of those because that has been a thing recently where I've ordered another cable, same one from the same manufacturer that wasn't working, and then got one that worked. And as a matter of fact, one of them, I had 20-foot long USB 3.0 extensions, 2 of them active extensions, meaning they plug into power to provide an extra boost. One of them worked, the other didn't. It got real hot. The big bulky end on it would get hot, and it wouldn't pass any signal through it. So I said, obviously that one's defective. The other one works, so I'm going to order another one. I don't think I have that in yet.
Doug, I have the exact opposite situation. I've got way too many cables here on my desk for all my USBs and HDMIs and my capture card and all that. So I need my computer's right here beside me. So I need about as shorter cables as I can find.
Yeah, I was wanting to get shorter HDMI cables because these HDMI cables 33 feet long.
One of my HDMI cables that I have.
Okay, you got whoa. You got to stop interrupting. Let a person finish his thought before you interrupt, okay? Okay. I was just saying that it's a 33-foot cable. Their next shorter length was 20 foot. 20 foot's not long enough. 33 foot, I've got all this extra cable coiled around behind the desk. So now I'm tacking it to the wall so that extra cable length is run out on the wall instead of on the floor. Okay, so was that Alex?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that one of these HDMI cables I have, literally got a cable that's half a foot long.
Yo, well, yeah, right
Because
here. This one's 1.5 feet, but I have ones that are 1 foot long for doing the computers that mount on the back of a monitor. Go ahead, Josh. I mean, not Josh. I'm Alex. You were saying something else.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, okay. You said a piece, and then I said a piece, and I felt like I interrupted you the same way I just hammered you for interrupting me. Oh boy. All right. And there's a thanks from Dennis and Lawn Dog. This is from Amazon. Long cable for VR. Linus Tips constantly complains about US cables being faulty and a problem with the industry. He wants to set up a test procedure and test all cables on the market and give feedback on the quality of each one of those cables. Interesting idea. Good luck with that. It just seems so. I think most of these are manufactured in China, and what are you going to do? You get lucky and you get unlucky.
When I got my Blue Yeti, when I ordered my Blue Yeti,
yeah,
a long time ago, the cable that came with my Blue Yeti brand new in the package was bad. So I had to hunt around for a long cable, and the kind of connector it takes. I only have one of those cables, but I have a dozen or more of all the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just, that's another one of my cable length problems right now. The cable that I'm using for my Blue Yeti, it's draped across. I don't have it against the wall. And what happened with that one? What I was wanting to do with that one is I wound up giving up, and I'll just put an extension on it. A USB 3 extension with an active repeater on it. I think that's the one that I'm still waiting for. And it is a mini B, the connector on the microphone side.
The mini B cables are the only ones that I don't have a lot of, because pretty much the only device that I use on a regular basis that uses that is the microphone.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of an uncommonly used connector. Let's see.
Thinking, Doug?
Yes.
I was thinking about that laptop.
Yeah.
You might want to back all the data off, make an image, and then do a low-level format using debug.
The laptop that's behind me that has the... Oh, did you just chuckle?
He's trying to make a funny.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't follow it close enough.
Oh, at first it got me. I'm like, what is he? And then I'm like, oh, okay.
He said make a backup and then a low level format.
Yeah, debug C800.
Oh, you're reaching back into history.
Well, it will destroy the drive.
Oh yeah.
Actually, the problem is they do come with errors on the drives. Little error,
Yeah, I don't actually think that's what's going on here. I really haven't got to tell you what the current symptom appears to be. I gave you a little bit, and what I described from my client isn't a fair description about what seems to be wrong with it now. And I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to repeat it. Oh, okay. So I was starting to say DDT 2005 on a little note here, add Google Earth. And just GE should remind me of that. Lawn Dog, oh man, the Amazon link, so insanely long, 300 characters. What the heck? Yeah, you can't put more than 200 characters in. I think I did get to your search results, didn't I? Lawn Dog, and then go to tinyurl website and convert it. Yeah, you can do that if you know. It's not hard to do. Lawn Dog, if you just go to tinyurl.com, I think it is, you put in your link and you click on their button and it'll convert it to a short URL. I think they try to sell you their app or something. You don't need to do that. All right. Aliaj is back. All right, so let's go try to show you what's going on with this laptop. How about the keyboard camera? It's just pointing to my back right. Oh, this is going to be so difficult with this headset, and that I'm got my back to XSplit. I can't really keep my eyes on what's going on. So I powered on. I do have this. I have an HDMI cable here running over to the capture device over there, but currently that capture device is connected to Big Beast Build. So we'll just go with this camera for part of this. So pressing the power button, and he said he couldn't get logged on. There's a HP logo, sort of, and you can't make that out at all. And then it says, we are unable to connect right now. Please check your network and try again later. And there's an OK button. So that threw him because he never gets that. Although I think maybe I'm getting that because it's not connected to my Wi-Fi yet. No, not the case. This is set up to automatically connect to my Wi-Fi. So anyway, I think this was the first thing that he had of trouble after it spontaneously restarted. Now I'm suspecting that it might have spontaneously rebooted on him because he may have had it off for a long period of time, and then he started doing this long project, and perhaps it started downloading Windows updates in the background. And if you don't restart a computer for Windows updates for a long time, it'll do it now. I've had that happen while people are actually doing their work. So
what was the message again, Doug?
This message right now is really kind of irrelevant, so don't work too much on it. But it says, we are unable to connect right now. Please check your network and try again later. Now, the reason why it's doing this is it's trying to default to a Microsoft account login, which he doesn't use that. But somehow this reboot that spontaneously occurred is trying to connect using his Microsoft account. So
since you can get to the login screen, why not try safe mode?
Let me show you more of what's going on before you start trying to solve it, okay? You don't have enough yet. Trust me, you don't have enough information yet. So I'm going to click OK. And then here we got place for a password prompt. And he did tell me about this. He said, ask something about a password. And he had no idea what it was because he doesn't pay attention to keeping track of his passwords. So his Microsoft account password, he doesn't really know. But over here on the left-hand side, his name occurs twice. So here's Greg Clark down at the bottom and Greg Clark on the top. That's his local admin account that he's actually accustomed to logging in as. Now it's coming up with a face ID login. And he told me that over the phone when he called about the problem. And I asked him, are you using face recognition for your login? He said, no, I have no idea what that is. And we got blinking lights up here for the face ID. So he's totally confused with this. So then I hit enter, and now it's asking for the PIN number for his local user account. And he does know the PIN number. He would have been able to log in with that. So I'm going to switch over to camera 1 while I put in his PIN number. Now I'll go to the Zoom session while I put in his PIN number. Not that that's going to be of any use to you. So now what happens is it logs into his desktop. We're fine. We're logged in. So Alex, do you agree we didn't need to use safe mode?
Sort of. I think it still may be a good idea, but I think it's possible the user profile may be corrupt.
No.
I was getting that message.
It updated to Windows 11.
Doesn't look like it.
I can't see it from here. I'll just look.
Yeah, I can bring it on the capture device in a moment. But for what message? I don't see any of those messages as being an actual error.
Yeah, I don't either.
Those
That's
are
why
all normal messages. It was just defaulting to the wrong user account after whatever restart happened. Now we can go into Event Viewer and get some kind of a handle on when that restart happened. Now I'm going to disconnect from audio for a moment, so I'm not going to be able to hear you. I'm going to go over and swap the capture device to this laptop.
People wonder why I only use local accounts on my machines.
I totally agree.
Now let's see if I have to reset any audio stuff. Am I hearing you guys in Zoom?
Oh, maybe, maybe not.
Yes, I am. Give me an AV check in the chat room, please. Is everything coming over okay? And while I'm waiting for their response, I'm going to go look at... Yes, I still have the Yeti microphone active. All right, so catching up on Orange, watching now. Did he create multiple accounts on the laptop, one local and second with a Microsoft account? I'm suspecting the way that occurred, it would have been me creating the second account, not him. This was a 2017 configuration. So this was kind of early in the days of incorporating Microsoft accounts for me, although we might not have done it then. I think we did the Microsoft account on this laptop when we had to transition him away from Microsoft Office 2010 into Microsoft 365, because that was a very, very good value for because he has so many computers. Two computers is enough to justify the subscription in my mind. And somewhere along during that process, I probably wound up getting the second account on there. And since then, I now know a much more graceful way to have the Microsoft account on the computer, yet not have the user logging in with the Microsoft account. I mean, you don't have to, I know the answer to that. You don't have to jump in and tell me how to fix that. I don't think I knew it as well back then. I would still run a check disk. It certainly wouldn't hurt. You still haven't heard what the actual problem is now. And there's another command, system file checker command. Yeah, I know both of those commands. Frankly, I've never found them to solve a problem. I've used them a lot, and they're always recommended. You search anything about a problem on the internet, you'll get to websites that tell you to do those two things, and they so rarely fix anything. What they do is they get you to go to their websites where they show a lot of advertising. I have very low tolerance of those. Now, I still do them, thinking that someday it's going to work. But no, not for this problem that we're having now, because you don't know what the problem is yet. I'm thinking maybe somehow a Microsoft account got activated. Yeah, that was intentional. But I don't need that to show up on that screen. So I know how to hide it. There's a configuration I can do in Registry Editor to hide a second profile. But actually what I'm going to do is delete the second profile and just configure his Microsoft account to work with his local admin account. It's no big deal. Don't try to tell me how to solve that. Jonathan, normal, so that's the AV that I was asking about. Ken Stout, I think, has shown up here somewhere. Check disk and service scan certainly couldn't hurt. It would hurt because it takes time to do. I don't want to do it. We've got better things to pursue. Ken, can you help me use Stream? To me. Can you help me use Stream Deck for putting someone in the waiting room on Zoom? I don't think that's going to work, Ken. He's wanting to have a button on his Stream Deck.
Doug, I'm glad you're on my side because he's talking about me.
Oh, I know he is. I know he is. And I don't know if he's actually asking for help with that or if it's just an additional way to harass you.
Yeah,
It's probably both. It's probably both.
It's more of a way to harass me.
Yeah.
See Josh's smile, you know.
So if some of you are understanding that there's some other interaction going on between these people that are in the Zoom room on Ken Stout's channel, you're absolutely right. They're on there just about every day. They're in the Zoom session together. And part of that time will be live stream, maybe a couple hours, but they're in the Zoom session well beyond that. They're a group that are really getting to know each other well and have been through a few experiences. And one of the jokes there is that Ken will put Alex or Josh into the waiting room when he feels a little miffed at them about something or other. And many times it's because they're actually I think
experiences, Doug. Experiences. That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, but yeah, experiences. You guys have kind of got on each other's nerves now and then, and you seem to get past it. And I'm kudos to you for how you can get past things. And it's some of it anyway is technicians disagreeing with each other. Now I'm not characterizing each of the technicians involved, because they would each characterize each other differently, probably. I would delete the second account. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to wind up doing. There's no point in that second account being there. Demeanor, does the desktop in the local account is clean or default? Does the client save something on the desktop? Now it's not. I will go in and check those accounts. The second account, the one that actually logs in with the Microsoft account, because that's the one that's asking for the Face ID. And it's quite entirely possible that some prompt came up and he clicked to allow something, and it might not have been me that created the second account at all. It might have been him clicking on something.
Oh, that would have never happened.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I had an experience with a client this morning that would be, what is Mike Smith call it? Tales from the
help desk, maybe?
Not help desk. He's got some phrase that he uses for it. But anyway, it's kind of similar to my Tales from the Trenches. He calls it Tales from the Trenches. It's probably more when something is just really absurd of how you have to guide a client through doing something. He said, really? You don't understand that?
Oh, you mean without having to use a club on?
Well, I had him. Okay, so here I'll go ahead. I had him on FaceTime on his iPhone. We figured out that his server was off in their office, and apparently the power went out over the weekend. So I had go over to your server with the cell phone. First of all, it was difficult to get to FaceTime with him, and then having to talk him to hit the little button to turn around to the other camera. And then, without going through all of it, at one point I'm talking him through, okay, we're going to restart the server again. After it recovered from its crash, which probably was a crash, we're going to restart the server so it gets a full normal restart. So I say, click on the start button, the bottom left corner. So I see his phone go down to the bottom left corner of the CPU, the tower on the floor. He's going to the bottom left corner. I told him to click on the Windows button, the bottom left corner. And I said, no, that's the computer. I need you to go up to the computer monitor. And it's the bottom left corner of the computer monitor. I need you to click on the Windows button. And let's see. So I know I'm going to miss some piece of what he did. So did I see his finger go to the monitor? No, I think he used the mouse.
The screen.
I think he used the mouse. But it took a little while to get him. Oh, I know he was going on icons on the desktop. he wasn't getting down to the Windows button in the bottom left corner. So it's no, all the way down to the bottom left corner, further down, lower, a bit lower, right down there. Click on the Windows. That's the Windows button. And then when this menu pops up, we'll click on the power button. It's that little round symbol that looks like a power symbol. So he moves his mouse to the magnifying glass to the right of the Windows button, loses the start menu. So then move back to, okay, I'm going to bring this up on screen, right? So let's do that over on this one. So
I have a small question.
Yeah.
This gentleman uses a Windows desktop computer, doesn't he?
Since before Windows came around, he was using DOS computers.
Oh.
He's been a client of mine for 30 years. So then go up to the power button. So, he goes over to the magnifying glass, and I think he clicked somewhere. Anyway, he wound up losing the menu. So do it again. And so he's looking here for the word power. I said it's just right above that Windows icon, that little round circle. So eventually I get him there. And then click on it with the left mouse button. And then that pops up a little menu right above it. Then I want you to click on restart. So I finally got him to that point to restart it. This office occasionally asks me to provide them written instructions.
I can see why.
Yeah, the problem is, how do you just writing that down when you would this is the same thing that he would do on his own workstation to do a restart, and I've talked him through that before.
It almost looks the same, I would think.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Well, that's kind of my thing. I mean, if the guy uses a Windows desktop at any point, I would have thought that would be familiar to him.
Yeah, I don't know how to, figure that out. Anyway, so going back here, is this delete second account? Let's see, Ken, not about every day, it's every day. I was kidding, no. All right, I forgot what he was kidding about. Oh, the Stream Deck, putting in the room. Oh, yeah. What OS are they using on the server? That's not really, that was a Windows Server 2019. Maybe he's asking that because it would look, he perceives it as a very different machine than his computer. Although now we just recently got him a new computer, I think. No, he's not on one. Oh, another thing that happened towards the end of that phone call, he said, oh, what's this thing saying? Windows 11, upgrade to Windows 11. And I said, no, say not yet, not now, not now. And it says, okay. He clicked okay. When I just said, don't. So wait. Jim, are you muted? Did you actually laugh silently? You pantomimed a laugh there. You were not on mute.
No. I try not to let my laugh go too loud because sometimes it's very loud.
Oh, that one was going to be too loud. All right.
Oh yes, I mean no, I have to control myself because I've had occasions where I've had one or two similar incidents to what you described.
Yeah.
And I've had to actually create documentation for some people in the past. I mean, printed documentation with all of the screenshots and the this and that. I've had to do that for people because they couldn't manage it any other way.
Yeah. And I have done a couple of documentations for this office and then billed them for it. And I thought, it takes me a while to do writing and editing and trying to write it in such a way that it won't be mistaken,
right,
and confused. So I can give them a 1 or 2 page instructions and charge them a couple hours for it. Mm-hmm. And I just charge them for it. I figure, maybe I'll just start.
This is how I'm convinced. I'm convinced that this is how Windows 11 is magically appearing on people's machines.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because I I've got a gaming desktop that I just redid, made sure that the TPM was on, made sure that it was a GPT partition. And within 4 days of redoing that machine, it already gave me the thing about Windows 11.
Yeah.
The streaming machine has had that notification for months now. And except for those screenshots that I had sent you, I guess a month or so back, nothing has happened.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for something to happen. Nothing's happening.
I do recall, I think 1 or 2 people have commented on prior videos saying that their computer did upgrade without them ever approving it.
I would love to know how.
Yeah, I've also seen, while I'm standing over somebody's shoulder, having them demonstrate a problem that they're having, I'll see them click right by a warning message without reading it, and then I back them up to that. Does that normally come up? Oh, no. I just click it away. I just click away things that aren't part of what I am expecting to see.
Most wounds are self-inflicted for these people.
Some people completely ignore any instruction. Years ago, we were stopped at a rest stop on the interstate. I'm standing in line to get to a water fountain. And it's one of these, it's got a little stand, and down below is the button you push. And a little sign there says you have to push and hold the button to get water. The lady ahead of me is going, just push it and let go, push it and let go.
Oh.
After about 2 minutes of this, I told her, I said, the little sign there says you got to hold it. And she says, oh, I never read signs.
Yeah.
I want to be around you on the highway.
Now, in all fairness, well, is it fairness? Maybe it just adds more perplexity to us. This person that I just told the story about with the power button, he's a career professional CPA. He's a smart man. You with taxes, with the way it's changing every year, you have to be a smart person. But I find attorneys. I have attorneys that are similarly on what we think is a very simple, easy to understand thing. They don't get it. They're not unintelligent people.
It's just he doesn't choose to focus on that information.
I somehow think it's a predisposition in their mind. I don't get that stuff. I don't understand that stuff. Therefore, I'm not going to try to. I'm not going to put any focus on it. Maybe it's got something to do with it. I don't know. But I am pretty well practiced at being able to keep my composure and not let them appear to, or feel any.
I can to a point, but at some point I either have to walk away or I'm going to say something.
Yeah, it can be challenging. Let's see. I used Windows Server 2019. Now I upgraded to 2022. Gets confusing with Windows 11 update just hanging there. Sometimes people click on it. When there's a problem, let's see. This laptop is a HP Boo ProBook. Let's see. Art of reading. I've learned. Can you hear me? Let's see. What else we got? Lawn Dog. Totally agree. Some professionals just block out anything to do with learning about computers. Because if something goes wrong, I will call my computer guy. Yeah, and I don't mind they do it. I know that Mike Smith and Kerry Holzman have both been down the road of doing retainer contracts where they don't charge for every little thing. And I would not be able to survive that, because every time that they're, spending this time with me over something they should know by now, that's eating into my profit on that type of a flat rate charge per month.
Well,
and
I'm sorry, Doug, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but with retainers that we've dealt with, that means you give $500. Let's say, means you get I give you 500, you get your butt over here, and after the 500 used up, you keep billing me.
That's what a retainer should be. It's not, but from my understanding, and I haven't asked them either of them directly about it. My understanding is they charge a monthly fee and they provide an amount of service for that without really keeping records of what they've done when. And in the attorney realm, I have clients, lawyers who routinely use retainers, and that's money paid up front, and then they charge against that amount of money. And they keep very detailed records, and they charge every little piece against that money. When you run out of retainer, you better deposit more money, or they're not going to do any more work. Another way that retainers are done, and I think Gary, this is what he's alluding to, is $500 a month means you get priority attention when you call, but then you're going to be billed for that time separately.
And keep going, like you just said.
Say again?
Keep going, like you just said. So 500 gets me in the queue, and then if I use 2,000, I still owe you, 1,500. In other words, there's no free lunch.
Okay, well, you're saying that the 500 counts towards their actual time used?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. See, I was going a little more extreme, saying the 500 a month just gives me the right to get priority service. But when I call for service, each one of those services is charged additional.
Yeah, both, but never. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, never 500. That's it.
Yeah, I think the 500. If the 500 is buying you priority, then the time that you actually spend supporting that client should never be charged against that 500. That 500 is already gone.
Right.
When they pay that 500, that gets you the right to high priority service. That doesn't get you any time whatsoever. It just gets you a direct phone call to me.
At 3 in the middle of the night. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Depending upon how much you're charging. If it's a middle of the night type of thing, you might be well higher than 500, and then charge for the actual service.
Especially if it's your kid and he was out and he's drunk driving. Instead of turning over there now.
Yeah.
Well, if you have a lawyer who acts this way, just remind him of how he bills people.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have any complaints from any of my clients about my charges, but I charge every little bit.
Well, and if you have that understanding up front, then nobody has any complaints.
Oh, and they give me deep felt thank yous.
Yeah.
Frequently.
I've never seen it where it's flat. Here.
Yeah.
I think that might be,
I don't do any flat billing. I am by the hour strictly. Now it's actually by the minute. Got a start time and an end time. They are rounded off to the nearest minute.
I think that may be some of the things, because Carrie says, they want to keep me there all day. Well, in your instance, if somebody keeps you all day and you can bill them legitimately, you don't have a problem with, hey, Doug, could you look at this computer over here? You're going to bill them, but you're going to look at it, or, whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously legitimate because you want to upset your customers, but,
Yeah. Now, I think a significant part of and they don't resist calling me, and they tell their staff, you got a problem, call Doug. And they know they're going to get charged 8 minutes for this, 16 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever. They're going to pay for what they use, but they get their people back to work promptly. I've had some clients in the past who have, for a period of time, wanted their staff to ask their supervisor before calling me. But now that's not the case with any of my clients. All of their staff are free to call me when they have an issue. We get them fixed and back to work, and very low frustration experiences on their part.
If you're getting them back online or back into their work quickly, which you obviously are, or they wouldn't keep using you, then you're saving them money because all these other people are not sitting there twiddling their thumbs.
Right. Now, I believe some computer support companies have the business model of any service call. It comes into the secretary. They schedule somebody to call you back or to go out on site, or some of them only do on site, or there's going to be charging in 15-minute increments, rounded up to the next 15 minutes, and minimum $1 1 hour charge. And so they have all of these, buffers, minimum buffers to meet. I don't do any of that. That's complicated to put together, to build. When I just put in my time slips, start time and end time, the computer calculates the amount. When I go generate a bill for that client, it just brings it all on board. And there's no discernment that I have to use. Am I going to charge them for this? Am I going to charge them for that? Boy, that was a squirrel.
Actually, very much computer, though.
Say again?
I said, actually, it was very much information that's valid.
Oh, yeah, it's valid information. I think it was good content to talk about. It just wasn't in the plan for today, but that's okay. Just block out anything to do with, well, I already saw that. Then going to the next orange. Alias, will Chrome OS Flex kill Windows 11? I highly doubt it. I can't imagine
No.
any of my clients being able to run their businesses on Chrome operating system.
Yeah, I love people who think that somehow either Linux or something else is going to take the place of Windows. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You have too many large corporations who are dependent on this, and they're not going to throw out pretty much their entire software infrastructure to switch to a different operating system.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
To switch,
I like Linux, and I've used it in the past, but it's not going to take over the desktop. Linux is out there in servers. That's where it's going to, and Android.
Sure.
And that's where it's going to stay.
Now, each of those operating systems, I think, has a marketplace, has a place where they make sense.
We have manufacturing software that people, I love, Doug, we both are using Microsoft 365. And people think, X amount of dollars is outrageous. I have software that I'm paying $100 a month per user.
Yeah, but I actually think this Microsoft 365 is the best deal financially from Microsoft of everything they've ever done.
Oh, no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
But people don't understand multi-million-dollar software.
Yeah, but from a single user point of view, if they have one computer, they don't have any other devices, they don't want to use OneDrive, they're just one basic computer, it's a monthly subscription or an annual subscription. I mean, I think 2019 was the last one that has the outright purchase, but it takes like 3 years to equal that in subscription payments. But you can also use Office 365 for free if you're willing to do it through the website. And not have
I'm not a subscription fan, and I don't have any myself. But when I was working, or if I was actively doing consulting work, I would be doing whatever subscriptions were necessary to do the work. The second to last place I worked, we had some specialized engineering software that we paid $60,000 a year for. Now, and only one user at a time could use it, but it was something we needed.
Well, I have clients who have a handful of computers, and we have used the Microsoft 365 Home subscription. Now, you would think that would be intended for non-business use, but I have seen publicized documentation that says Microsoft knows that there are commercial users using the home version, and if you don't have a custom domain name, you really can't use the business version, right? I'm remembering that right, correct?
Correct.
Because the business version, you need to have your own domain name so that you can have the Microsoft 365 account that has your domain name. Well, not all small businesses have that. So we have the Microsoft Home subscription, and it can be shared with up to 5 family members. So I think that comes out to 6 people. And then each of those people can have it installed on all of their devices. So now you've got, I don't know, is it the power of 5? You've got it, one subscription, $99 a year for multiple people, each of them on multiple devices, and each of them with a terabyte of cloud storage in the form of OneDrive.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal at all.
That's an incredible deal. if you're in that situation. Now, my own subscription, I have a Microsoft 365 home subscription. I could have done a business subscription, but I got this home subscription before I was very familiar with the business subscriptions. And now my daughter has, I've shared that to my daughter and to my brother Stan. So they're both using Microsoft Office on their computers off of my subscription.
So it's
Heck of a deal.
$33 a year for each person.
Yeah, except
Three people.
I don't collect that from them.
No, but I
just
mean, that's
give
the
that to
equivalent cost.
Yeah, sure. And then on each of them on multiple devices. And each of them now have their data backed up on OneDrive. So they have an automatic live backup happening that I don't have to teach them. Where are we at here? Okay, so Adias, I hope you're not. I hope you're not taking our responses as any kind of harshness. We certainly don't mean it that way. It sounds like maybe you're on the Chrome OS Flex, and you're absolutely welcome here, and you can promote that or talk it up as much as you like about what advantages you see. Who is that?
Just don't be under the illusion it's going to replace Windows.
Oh yeah, well, I mean we'll bark back at you anytime you say that.
I have a question.
Yes, Alex.
With the business version of Microsoft Office, like how does that work? Because I have custom domain name, but does it like have to be? Do you have to get the custom domain name through Microsoft, or do they not care who you have it through?
Well, they don't care who your registrar is, but there are some hoops to jump through. I would never recommend a person use Microsoft 365 for business unless you actually are operating as a business, have multiple people that have their own email accounts with your domain name. And then the administration is done through an administration panel. And that is even, I've got different clients that have Business 365 accounts, and the administration panel is different between them. I don't quite understand how that happened. I think it was because in some cases, we've moved their Microsoft 365 from one provider to another because there are resellers of Microsoft 365. If you're on a business account, you might be buying that through your internet service provider or whoever is managing your website or somebody other than Microsoft. And then you can even do it through GoDaddy. You could register your custom domain name through GoDaddy and get a Microsoft 365 for business front end or administration panel portal, they call it, portal through GoDaddy. And they kind of redesigned the Microsoft portal differently than if you were buying directly from Microsoft. Mike Smith talks about, he uses, what's the name of that reseller he uses? It's one that he gets a little bit of a cut when he sells his clients to use that. I don't think I'm going to remember the name of that, but it has its own administration portal. I always prefer to get it straight through Microsoft, and it appears. I have another client, one of the law offices, where we have kind of a hybrid thing where some of their licenses are through their internet service provider, and some of their licenses I buy directly from Microsoft. The internet service provider doesn't like me doing that, but when they migrated us to Microsoft 365 through the service provider, they said, it's simple. When you want to add another user, you just send us an email to open a trouble ticket. Tell us what you want it, how you want it set up. We'll send it back to you within 24 hours or something like that with a default password for you to sign in with and change the password. Well, when I buy directly from Microsoft, I just go in and click add a license, and then I put in the credentials. I'm not submitting a trouble ticket, waiting for someone to get back to me. I can sit down to set up a new computer for them and just get it all done in one sitting. So I won't buy licenses through them.
My domain name registrar, they don't do their own hosting, except they don't offer hosting only names, except with one exception. They do email. So if you wanted to buy their email service, it's like only $5 a year.
$5 a year. Yeah.
Yes, just for the email part, but they don't actually provide any of the hosting. You have to do that yourself.
All right. Let's see. Here's Aliaz is saying Microsoft create cloud PC operating system called Windows 365. Oh, Windows 365. Now that's not Microsoft 365, right? Is this
Correct.
Windows? Is this the computer in the cloud?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. What I think about that is it just looks really expensive. I'm attracted to the idea of users having their computer desktop in the cloud. Of course, they still have to have some kind of local device to connect to it and operate it. I tinker around a little bit with Microsoft Azure and creating a PC. And I think I was actually creating servers, experimenting with a little bit, and it very quickly became obvious that it was going to be very expensive. And
another thing is, don't even think about using it if you're using, don't even think about using something like that. Like Windows 365, if you're using like a satellite internet or a mobile hotspot.
Oh yeah. You've got to be a high speed and fast internet, and you can pay for faster computer in the cloud. Pay more using Office 2003 with Access working perfectly. Ellie Rod, my daughter-in-law, gave me the laptop. I would be. Wait a minute, Ken. To Kelly Rod, my daughter-in-law gave me the laptop. I would be billing myself. Oh,
although I am sitting here, it doesn't do it all the time, but sometimes I'm able to get over 100 download on my cellular data.
All right.
So
for all that's ever going to really do for you, I mean, it's an impressive number to see, but
if you go to Microsoft's Windows 365 webpage, they don't seem to be trying to sell that to individual users. They're just selling it to companies.
No, it's just corporate environment at this point. And
they offer 2 plans depending on the size of your business, it appears.
Yeah. Mary Jo talks about that pretty often.
And then they can just go out and buy, the businesses can then just go out and buy Chromebooks, the cheapest Chromebooks they can find, and then just have something to give the employees to connect on.
Yeah.
And then,
so here's that link that Aliaj put in the chat. Welcome to your Windows 365 cloud PC. And they're showing it for business and for enterprise. No button here for individuals. And I think that's just their acknowledgement that it's complex to do. It's not a normal end user type of thing to set up. And the price is just really high. It's probably going to come down over time. But how much time does that take to get there? This, Ken, this must be a trend, this thing to set up to react like Windows 7. Aliaz just asking. Oh, okay. So you're just asking about those things, not really promoting them, I'll say. So that's fine. Absolutely, Aliaz, that is worthwhile topics for us to be talking about. So thank you for the questions. He uses Windows 10 now. And Ellie Rod, what software do you use for billing? I'm using currently QuickBooks Online. I'm very frustrated with it. It frequently messes up on me. I used to be QuickBooks Desktop, but I was having to synchronize my QuickBooks Desktop data file with my laptop that I would carry around, and I like to use multiple different computers. So at one point, I made the jump from QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online. I tried to do the conversion. They actually helped me with doing the conversion, but it was so messed up, I just decided to start from scratch. So I started from scratch, and it will frequently mess up on me in very frustrating ways. And I have one video on my channel about how it calculates sales tax, I think it was, that I was making the case that it was wrong, just flat out wrong. And I was thinking somebody would correct me, and they haven't. So I don't understand it. Now, my CPA client, the younger people in the office, they've actually been transitioning all of their clients from QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online. They're big fans of it. And they actually have to do it because QuickBooks is making it more and more difficult to even use QuickBooks Desktop. And the multi-user QuickBooks Desktop that we have in their office is just, it's always been very troublesome, very problem-ridden. Not just their office, but other QuickBooks multi-user installations that I've had, and also Mike Smith. Everybody that supports that just has their own nightmare stories with it. Bob Connors, I own and operate a web hosting company. Interesting. So I purchased my own domains and have an email server, etc. Bob Connors owns and operates a web hosting company. So that's not a web design company. He's actually hosting websites. That's you got to be on top of your security game for doing that, because attacks on websites are so prominent. You had Bob, do you have actually a security department for that, or do you do all the security stuff yourself? You own and operate. Do you have staff, or is that a one-person show? That used to be a more common thing than I think it is these days, because it's become such a specialized field to keep it secure. Ellie Rod, I have software that's simple and awesome. I own it and it's running on my website. Cool. I have software that's simple and awesome. I own it. It's running on my website. So I'm taking that to mean it's not software that you're selling to other people, but you own it and it runs your website. And that goes back to the security thing also. It says you got to be on top of the security game, or you're at risk of becoming a target. Elirod, I used Intuit stuff since 1989 for DOS, dumped it a long time ago. Before QuickBooks for Desktop, I was using time slips. Time slips for DOS, the DOS version of time slips. It just chokes me up every time I talk about that subject. If I'm right, large business, 1,000 PCs plus, use enterprise version of Windows. Gary? You want to take that one? Maybe he's away from the microphone. That sounds like a Gary question, but I think it's something to that effect.
Actually, yes. And the real exciting thing is Microsoft knows how many we use at any time.
Oh, they know how many are in use at any time. All right.
Yeah. So when we get to our, when we get to our limit, they are so nice and they call us and remind us of that fact that they want more money.
Because communication is key. Now, is 1,000 PCs, is that actually some kind of a landmark breaking point for going to the enterprise version?
Yes.
All right. Ellie Rod, it's billing and invoicing software that she uses on her website. So is that billing and invoicing software that's available for other people that run small businesses, or is that to run your own business? That's my next question. Bob Connors, currently it's a one-person operation. Wow, I lost lots of customers to GoDaddy over the last few years, even though I undersell them. All right. Well, congratulations to you to keep a one-person operation going, hosting websites. That would scare me for liability reasons.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's put one caveat there. If there's simple websites that aren't actually doing financial transactions, aren't actually, making accounts for if it's just, having a public face for your website, that might be a place where it'd be okay, but you're still at risk of getting those websites tweaked to have links contained within them that take people to bad actors. But if you're managing with it, Bob, maybe your websites you're hosting haven't got onto the radar of the criminal element, or maybe your websites aren't attractive enough to them. I don't know. In general, if you're in charge of guarding something important when it comes to security, it might be best to hand it off to professionals. Maybe they have insurance or a guarantee. It's an interesting problem how to defend against an attack. And then what is the liability? Yeah, the biggest names around have fallen victim to attacks. Just because you have a highly skilled IT department doesn't mean you're not going to get hit with consequences. So there's security and obscurity. They could be saying that. Not necessarily. We have 1,500 users use volume licensing. Now that's volume licensing. I think volume licensing is different than enterprise version of Windows.
Yes, it is.
This is not Microsoft 365. They're saying the Windows operating system. Instead of Windows 10 Home or Windows 10 Pro, you're using Windows 10 for Enterprise. Right, Gary?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's called.
Exactly. Said it immediately.
You won't even find a place to buy that, I imagine, unless you are an enterprise and are assigned a sales rep within Microsoft?
Yep. Yeah. Yes, sir. And we have our own.
Yeah. So that is different than volume licensing for the Pro version.
The neat thing is you get nice things from them.
Oh, yeah. All right. Little payola, huh?
No, not really.
Well, yeah, you better object to that.
Golfing, how's that?
Yes.
I'll give you a quick example of your tax dollars at work in this area. The first time I lived in Las Vegas, I worked for a big government contractor, and we had roughly 1,500 employees. And we bought this is Windows 7 days. We bought all our computers from Dell, and each one came with a license for Windows 7 Professional. The company also had a volume license for Windows Professional as well. So in effect, we had 2 licenses for every computer. Never ran out of licenses.
Yeah. Here's the next from Ellie Rod. You buy it and own it. She's referring to the software on her website. Install it on your domain and log in. It's not a subscription. You buy it and own it. So she said earlier, I'm hoping that Ellie is referring to a female. I don't know. It could be, it could be Ellie Rod is a guy's last name for all I know. If you care, Ellie Rod, to clarify that, you're welcome to. But Intuit stuff. So, I have software that's simple and awesome. I own it and run it on my website. So then Ellie Rod says, you buy it and own it, install on your own domain. So she bought it, she owns it, she installed it on her own domain. So I could buy it, install it on my own domain. I don't think I would be interested in doing that. So you install it and own it. The thing that I like about the subscription with QuickBooks Online is I do like that I will never have to update it, because every time I had to buy a new version of QuickBooks Desktop, that was something I had to set aside time for and make sure I'm all current on my billing, because there might be some delay in getting the new one to work. Sam Lazar just joined, and I see you're in the Zoom room. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. It's like 6:39 a.m. in Australia. Sunday.
Oh, so you haven't been with us all along. Well, you just
correct. That's
jump in where we are. We're not going to try to explain to you everything we've done so far.
I'll work it out eventually.
And hello to you, Mike Perodin. I see you here. And it's called Self-Hosted Software. Fusion Invoice is what it's called. I have 400 computer clients that I support. Oh, and it's perfect for billing and keeping track of clients' history of support. Oh, well, now you've caught my interest more. Fusion Invoice, because you are in the computer support business and you have 400 clients on it that you support, and you're billing and keeping track of clients' history of support. Now, the thing that has scared me about doing that, I do all of my history of my support with my clients off of OneNote. So it's all my own homegrown way of using OneNote. And it's working for me. I like it. And the scary thing the scary thing for me about using some kind of software that's designed for providing computer support is I'm going to have to fit within their boxes. They've designed a way to manage it, and I'm just a little too independent to fit within somebody else's boxes and fields. But I'll take a look at it.
Are you reading the last one from? I'm not going to pronounce the name.
Aliage.
Okay. I would butcher it to heck. I read what is being said, and we don't have IT support outside the company, but we don't update, the updates on Tuesday. Anyway, we are testing those before we let them get on our network. Because something that you or I at home may say, gosh darn it, that HP printer doesn't work. We may be holding up invoices going out to our biggest customer.
Yeah.
So we can't have that happen. We're running our software, our MRP and our custom manufacturing software off. It's written in, I hate to say the word PC type languages, but we can't have a chance Microsoft changed something.
Yeah.
Didn't tell us.
I have a specific question for you, Gary, but I want to catch up here. I'll catch up quickly. I want to come back to the question about testing, or your comment about testing. So, but I need to keep myself in line here, or I'm going to lose my place. I'm going to bring up this Fusion Invoice on a screen so that I can come back to it later. Yeah, so it's fusioninvoice.com. So I see it there. I'm going to go take a look at it later. I'm not going to go through it during our live stream. Let me catch up quick. Bob Connors has a link here. Motto is providing an internet home with personal service for individuals and businesses. Was he? Oh yeah, I think he's hosting websites, right? That was his. So maybe this is him. I'm just going to bring that up and show it briefly. Here's the Fusion Invoice site, and here's I think Bob Connor's site. So then let's come back, catching up with chat. Ellie Rod is male. Thank you. That was I got the mouse on the wrong screen. I'm looking at the screen on XSplit. I got to move the mouse over to the other monitor so that I can click things on here. Fusion Invoice, use QuickBooks Desktop, try it online, don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it, Ida. I tried it before I switched over to it, and I let years go by before I went back to it. But I just felt I was pushing myself into it. Javi asking me if I have professional liability insurance. Yes, kind of, sort of. I'm not going to go into all the details about that. There's another level that I could get to, but the cyber insurance renewals that my clients are going through, they're getting more, that's becoming more of a common thing. I've talked to a couple of insurance agents about it. They actually advised me away from it because they didn't think it was a good deal or a good product. I'm not sure what. So I'm not, if people have things to refer to me, I am interested on that topic. Aliage to me and Iowa Hank, as I work with Windows 7 Enterprise for 6 months, company need own IT support and updates don't come from Microsoft. they come from IT support in company. Yeah, I think he's saying the same thing as what Gary was saying, but maybe I'm suspecting is there's a little bit of maybe English as a second language there. I'm not sure, but I think he's saying the same thing as Gary was saying. Are you agreement, Gary?
Somebody's testing him. How's that?
Say again.
I said somebody is testing him before they go live at a customer office.
Yeah. They need in an enterprise company, you need to have your own IT support. Updates don't come from Microsoft. Well, originally they're coming from Microsoft, but they come to the end users from the IT support in the company because they do what you're describing, Gary, about testing first. Ellie Rod, I can access my online Fusion invoice from anywhere. I built a massive database using Microsoft Access, had to get to the office to keep it. Yeah, so I'm thinking Ellie Rod before he went to Fusion Invoice, he had used a massive Microsoft Access database. Yeah, I toyed around with doing that too, and I just like OneNote better, and the QuickBooks Desktop was working well for me. But I will look at that. I'm gonna take your recommendation, take a look at it. It took me a long time to find software that works perfect for me and simple. I like to share it with people. I get no commission. I like the tools I find. Okay, Gary.
Yes, sir.
Your IT department tests updates. As I imagine what the protocol must be for testing new updates, that sounds to me like the most boring, monotonous job possible.
Yep.
Yes?
I mean, there is no other answer because, like I said, something that goes in sys wow 64 may be something we're calling in to change something custom. And Microsoft may decide that there's some bug they're fixing. So we got to make sure that anything they send us gets checked.
So, but gets checked, I imagine, must mean that you have documented procedures that your IT department has to try this, every one of these things that are on this list with every kind of computer configuration you have, which is probably intentionally limited.
Correct. The computer configuration for 99% of people is laptop from Dell. Last place I worked, believe it or not, it was an HP EliteBook 850s, which had no problems for the people who hate HP, but they also weren't the toy HPs. 850s.
Now, does that mean they all use laptops? Nobody actually has desktops?
Nope. 2 monitors and a laptop. 2
monitors and a laptop. Wow. So they could be using a laptop as a desktop in the sense of having a regular keyboard and mouse and their 2 monitors, and the laptop just sits off to the side. They're never really using it.
Some
directly.
We're losing, not losing. I say the wrong word there. We're getting a lot more people starting to work from home permanently.
Yeah.
Not going to make all the jokes we make at the office, but matter of fact, bragging, I've been in the Detroit news quite a few times because we didn't lose people during the pandemic. We kept them working. Anyway, point happening is everybody's running the same software too. You just may be using a different portion. You may be purchasing, you may be payroll, you may be manufacturing where we're actually bill of materials. And I don't know if you deal with bill of materials, but it goes awful far out when you're talking, it starts with or ends with the part that's going to the customer. And it gets all the way out to maybe a screw that we're going to paint purple. I made sure that we don't paint purple. But that's why.
And you probably have a small number of software titles.
Very small.
Yeah. And are there perhaps even custom software? They're probably not
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Some custom software, most of what's happening, is that, we have one customer, without going into detail, but they have like 7 different ways they want to try to get parts to them, depending upon whether the moon's out tonight. It's totally weird. If they have a truck coming past us, they'll tell us to use their truck. If they don't have one, we can use this. As an example, last week we were talking at Ken's channel. I was going to say it, but I had to go. I actually had to get parts to Mexico from the Detroit area. How do you get them there? Fast. We only have a few here, but the fastest way is 12 pallets by plane.
All right.
You know how much that costs?
That sounds expensive.
And you know how much they would have fined us if we didn't get that there?
Now, wait a minute. Let me, 12 pallets by chartered aircraft?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh.
But here's the catch. Each pallet was close to like 800 pounds.
Oh.
So instead of putting it on a truck, usually what we would have done in that instance is we have depots, because that's also a business we're in on another part of the company. But we would have sent a semi with a husband and wife team. Because that's the big thing if you're in a trucking, that you can drive twice as far. And we'd have got you down close to, I don't know the exact route in my head, but let's say Georgia, then shoot you off with another truck. Trade trailers, basically. Company trailers. And it depends how far we could get it in 18, because you can, a husband and wife, if I'm not mistaken, can drive 18 hours.
All right.
So if we trade you off, we're almost there. And then we got pandemics to worry about. And I'm not talking our drivers, I'm talking a different country. But yeah, depending on what, where, and how. So that's custom, because you and I would think, well, gosh, this customer only wants it by truck or by train or by. And then we have to send them electronically to their headquarters and to their plant what we're sending, how much, and what time it'll be there. And if we're off by too much, again, we're fined.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We're going to move on before we get called a squirrel again. Thank you for that. That was interesting.
That was scary.
And I've been kind of wanting to ask about that stuff. So let's see. What I already got that one, I think. Alias, thanks for the answers. Sorry for the bad English. It's second language. And absolutely, please don't feel bad or anything about that. I want you to ask your questions and just understand once in a while we have to ask you to clarify. Let's see, Bob O'Connor's lifetime license when he first started. Let's see, Bob to Jim, is that your dog? Ellie Rod to Bob Connors. I got to skip over the ones that are conversations between people. Yeah, so I am caught up without reading through all of those. And Jim has responded to the question about the dog. No, wait a minute, I'm going to read that. Is this just cute or what? That's my girl. She's daddy's girl in every sense of the phrase. Constantly needs me to be around, sleeps with me every night. So, got a new insight into Jim.
Oh, this dog is attached to my hip if she could get away with it.
That's a special relationship. All right. Thanks for letting me have a little fun with you, Jim. Where are we? Oh, I haven't told you about this laptop yet. I plugged it into the other capture device, and I'm going to see if it'll come up now. That is on Baby Beast build capture device. Oh, there's another dog. I wasn't expecting to have this wire on me when I decided that I could use the computer over here. Greg is a hunter. I think that was him. He and his hunting buddies all look alike. Oh, that's his dog Buddy, I think. But anyway, I'm going to break out of these pictures, and I'm moving the mouse around the screen. So the symptom that I encountered, and it seemed to be related to what he described as he couldn't log in, is that I've had times when the mouse and the keyboard simply wouldn't work. I would press keys on the keyboard, such as the Windows key, and the Windows menu would not come up like it is now. I could move the mouse. Well, in one occasion, I could move the mouse around, but I couldn't click on anything. And now I'm going to move to the Windows button, and I'll just tap on the mouse pad, and yes, it works. So keyboard and mouse are working. So when the keyboard and mouse were non-responsive, What do you folks in Zoom suppose was the first thing that I tried?
Wireless, hooked up another keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, connect an external keyboard and mouse. And I chose wired. And what do you think happened?
It worked on the other device, but not the laptop.
Not responsive. The external keyboard and the external mouse would not respond. Okay, I've seen some reactions on a couple of faces there. That's not what they're expecting me to say. And that's not what I was expecting to see. I was thinking, obviously, they'll work. And then I'd be just doing something with a keyboard and mouse. So, next thing that I did is I wanted, since I realized now there actually is an issue going on, I wanted to get that Macrim Reflect backup done. So I still had the thumb drive in there. I restart the computer. I use the escape key to get to the boot menu and choose from the keyboard the boot menu, and I was able to choose my thumb drive and boot it into Macrim Reflect. And then I went to the mouse pad to click on an item to start the backup. And it wouldn't click on anything. The mouse, I think it was moving around on the screen. Was it moving around the screen? I think it was moving around the screen. I couldn't click on anything. And then I tried keyboard commands to move around, and it wouldn't respond. So again, now I'm not in Windows, right? I'm in the, what do they call it? The PE, pre-installation environment.
Have an idea.
Whatever.
Have an idea, Doug.
Let me finish a little more. No, let me go ahead and take your idea.
I was watching a video a while back where a guy had a similar situation that you're explaining. And the reason why the mouse and keyboard wasn't working for him was actually because the SSD was failing, but it was happening intermittently, so he couldn't tell right away.
I'll buy that as a possibility. There's another piece of this description that might lean away from that, is that I tested the caps lock key, and the caps lock light would not turn on and off. And I think if we're getting response from the CPU, we should at least get that. I don't know that a failing SSD or any drive would prevent that from happening. Not sure. But the non-responsiveness, at least at one point, appeared to occur at the same time for both keyboard and mouse. And also during that time, the fan flared up. The CPU fan, I could hear it flare up and come back down. And so there was some variation there, which made me think the CPU is still doing something. And what I wound up having to do in that environment is hold down the power button to restart the computer. And so far, every time I've restarted the computer, the mouse and keyboard have been alive for a while. And then it seems to become non-responsive.
Did he disable the mouse and keyboard USB something in the BIOS? Did he turn the USB port off?
I did go poke around in BIOS a little bit to see if there was something there. At that point in time, I was really looking to see if there was something I could do to turn on the external HDMI port when I'm before I'm into Windows, but that didn't happen. So I did get in there a bit, and I don't feel attracted to anything in CMOS because everything works fine until it doesn't. So it's hard to believe that there's a configuration issue. Let's go see what people are saying in chat. Here's the last thing that I had. So I'm looking for things in orange or things that are obviously responding, kind of blowing through them here. Lawn Dog says interesting. Oh, you know what, Ellie Rod, you're. I'm gonna turn you blue, which means make you a moderator. That doesn't mean I expect you to do anything in regards to messages. It just helps me know next time you show up that I have had some interaction with you or recognize that you are contributing interesting conversation to the live stream. USB ports failing, which could be a driver error or bad main board. Well, the built-in keyboard and mouse pad are also having the trouble. So I'm reluctant to think that it's USB ports, because at the same time that the built-in keyboard and mouse are bad, the external ones are bad too, and they all work fine until they don't. So I don't think so. Yes?
When you're just like in BIOS and all that, have they ever gone bad before you got into software from the main drive or the USB stick?
Not in BIOS, but yes, in the Macrim Reflect boot area. And in fact, when I first realized it was locked up in there, I think I questioned myself whether I had already selected anything while I was in there. Let's see, I did. I tried. Oh, when I realized I couldn't choose the backup tab, because when you boot from a thumb drive, I think it defaults to the restore tab. So I wanted to go to the backup tab. I needed to click on the backup tab. And I don't know for certain if would the mouse move up to there but not click on it, or could I not move the mouse? I think at that point I couldn't move the mouse. So then I tried doing keyboard methods and that didn't work. And then I think I tried the Windows key on the keyboard and it would not bring up the comparable menu in the recovery environment software. So I think at that point I was totally locked up and had to power off. But then next time booting into it, it all worked fine. And I was able to complete a backup. So I did.
Now, is the Macrium stuff on the flash drive, was that a Windows-based flash drive, the Windows pre-installation thing?
Macrium Reflect uses its own pre-installation operating system, essentially. I think it is maybe a fork off of Microsoft's pre-installation image, or off of a Linux version of it.
Usually those are either Windows pre-installation based or Linux based, but I'm not familiar with Macrium.
I'm not really aware of that. I think I could probably get to a help menu in there, and I think it actually displays a message when it's starting up. It answers that question. I just haven't really cared. All right, so coming back where I'm at here. Let's see, Fusion Invoice comes out with about 3 major updates per year, some bug fixes in between after year is up. You don't have to get updates if you don't want. The software still works. I think Ellie Rod also told us it is not a subscription, right? But this is kind of implying that if you don't want to get updates, software still works after your year is up. That's what makes it sound like it is a subscription. 3 major updates per year, bug fixes. So
with perpetual license.
I thought Ellie Rod already said it's perpetual. Yeah. That 300 for a lifetime, but that's Bob Connors. Wasn't that regarding the website software? Oh, I don't know. I'll figure it out going through the websites. I'm not going to try to figure it out now. That is chit chat between them. So they know what they're talking about. I'm going to have a difficult time getting into the middle of their conversation and understanding it. Bob, you can look over my offerings. Now, that would be about his website hosting. Have I brought that up yet? I thought he already provided the. Oh, I got a privacy error there. That link, Bob Connors, tells me that connection is not private. Server could not prove that it is 45 PIS. And that's how I could proceed to it. I'm going to let Bob respond to that before I go into it.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
Yeah. So that's not a comforting thing to see from a person who's hosting websites.
But yet the link when he posted earlier in chat, that worked.
Yeah, so he did already post a link. That's this one, 45th parallel services, right? That I'm showing on the video now. There's a delay before you see it. Yeah, this was the one he provided earlier. That one didn't get a privacy error. Oh, let's see. Could be Microsoft PE based or Graham, SpeedyC. Doug, could it be computer getting hot? That is one of my suspicions. That it could be the computer getting hot and locking up the keyboard and mouse. Lawn Dog, what we should do here is determine whether it's a hardware issue or a software issue. Kind of feeling like hardware to me.
Yeah, I'm leaning in that direction myself. It's
Yeah.
almost as if like one of the chipsets is heating up and it's doing something weird.
Yeah. Possibly, I don't know. I know this is a computer he uses at home. Does he have it on soft surface? Has it been sucking up lint into the fan? I don't know what all, but it did that lockup pretty quickly from when I first turned it on. And his description of the symptom was that his computer rebooted, which that could have been a heat issue. And when it came back up, he could not log in. I had the impression that he would press keys on the keyboard and they would not respond. But that I'm not real clear about that because there was that other login account there. So that could have been something that was going on. I was leaning towards the HP built-in diagnostics. At boot time, you can choose the HP diagnostics partition, or test it with some other, a program that pushes the CPU. The names are escaping me at the moment. And, check the CPU temperature. Also offer reseller accounts, affiliate accounts. Bob Connors uses Macrium Reflect and Backblaze for backups. You can proceed. It goes to the same as a longer URL. Oh, that's what he's saying about that link. So I'm feeling comfortable enough with Bob Connors. I'll go ahead back to this tab and click the proceed. And yeah, it takes us to the same thing and it has a padlock. So it is secured. It was just that intermediate link that he had didn't have its certificate in place. So not a huge deal. Ellie Rod, I do mostly computer builds, install, set up security cameras. I keep forgetting. I don't have to look at that monitor. I can look at this way towards the cameras. Somebody laughed at that. It's such a Doug. Install and set up security cameras. The web hosting is like a little side hobby that I provide for clients that have small business. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alias, where do you guys live? If it's not a secret, he lives in Wikipedia. No. Alias is in Slovenia. I was wondering about that because as I was looking at the pronunciations, Slovenia was one of the regions to come from. And when I tried to look up, let's see, Tepaj. All of the ones I found had an I after the J. Tepeji. Tepej. I don't remember how it's pronounced now, but I did look that up because I like getting those pronunciations that I'm not familiar with correct. Wow, Jeff just got a big boring yawn out of that.
No, I'm just not you guys.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, we're just over 3 hours and we haven't done much of this troubleshooting, have we? When let's see, when they look for billing solution, fusion, invoice. Okay, we've been through that name a few times. Lawn dog, well, fellows, the best way I know to determine hardware software, use a Linux live disk or USB thumb drive with a live version of Linux. Well, that's because you are a Linux fan and very familiar with it. I'm not, so I got other ways to determine hardware or software.
I wouldn't necessarily classify myself as a Linux man, but I've done the same thing.
You've done the same thing, meaning using Linux to determine hardware or software?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had people come in with computers that wouldn't boot, or especially laptops, for whatever reason. That either wouldn't boot or they would seem to hang when trying to boot, et cetera, et cetera. Shove a Linux USB thumb drive in it, boot the machine off of that. First thing I do is I check the hard drive, and usually the hard drive is failing.
All right.
That's usually a dead giveaway for me.
Well, let's go get to it then. Let's see. Here's Baby Beast, and I was going to copy my tools to this computer before.
Yeah, if you get it booted from a live Linux USB thumb drive, and it does the same behavior in the same amount of time, I don't know, what is it, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then it's got to be a hardware.
It's a hardware, yeah. Let's see. I'm going to bring up this computer to what I was thinking of going for here was that that drive utility that checks the smart reporting on the drives. You all know the name.
You're talking about Crystal Disk Info?
Yes.
Okay.
All
it's going to tell you is if there's a problem with the drive. If the actual problem happens to be that one of the chipsets, when it heats up, goes out to lunch, it's never going to tell you that.
Yeah. So then, but hardware info was going to show me temperatures, and
hardware info would show you.
Yeah. I could run a Prime 95 to get the CPU running. Now I have all of those in my tools folder. Here we are at 3 hours and 15 minutes. Sure would be cool to see a problem happen, but it's been on so long now without any glitch. When I first turned it on, the glitch became apparent very quickly. And when I rebooted, another glitch came up pretty quickly. And then I turned it on shortly before starting the live stream, and no glitch.
What's the ambient temperature in the room?
Comfortable. 78, 79, something like that, probably.
Oh, that should be warm enough to trigger it if it's a heat problem. I would think.
Well, running the Prime 95 is going to run it up regardless of the ambient temperature. But when I first brought it in, of course, it had, I traveled with it. My client traveled with it from his home to his office where I picked it up. And then it sat on my kitchen counter overnight. And I only first tried it this morning, I think. I don't think I tried it last night. So I'm trying to find him, this computer here. Here it is. It shows as online. And I'll log into it remotely and copy my utilities to it.
I have a question, Doug.
Yeah.
How can you stand it 78 and 80 degrees? And because our temperature at my house stays on anywhere between 68 and 71 year round.
I'd be chilly at that.
Yeah, he lives in California. He's used to that climate.
And keeping it between 68 and 72, you run up a hell of a bill on your utilities.
Yeah.
Especially
I would rather be hot than pay the extra utility bill. And I grew up at a time when for a number of years we didn't even have air conditioning out in Kansas. And so I guess and the humidity here in Las Vegas is so low that 78's not bad at all.
And one time our air conditioner went out and it was like 80 degrees in here, and it was about to, my mom and dad was about to die of heat exhaustion, probably.
It's all on what you get accustomed to. When I was a kid, I'd go out on the front porch, which was screened in to keep the bugs off, and sit down and read a book when it was 85 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Didn't have any option at that point, but it was better outside than inside. I will say that.
Well, I just figured out that I could connect the mouse and keyboard to that laptop. Oops, I'm disconnected. But you're still hearing me. So I could connect the keyboard and mouse to that laptop and face this way towards the camera.
Oh, Doug,
and
you're doing what I do to my mom's computer. You're connected to log me in on a computer when it's in the same room as you.
Oh yeah.
Well, her computer's down the hallway, but it's easier for me to use my mouse and keyboard instead of using hers.
Oh yeah, I'll do that and log me and rescue through here, so I can use my keyboard and mouse on that computer when I have a client's computer sitting on my desk right next to it. Because it also lets me do copy and paste between my records in OneNote or wherever else. So it gives me there's a lot of utility in doing that.
It would make more cables for you, but you could, if you wanted a hardware way to do it, you could get like a 2 or 3 way KVM switch.
Yeah, I've used KVM switches at client installations, and I used it myself. I used to have one of those rotary KVM switches back. Oh geez, that must have been 15 years ago. But yeah, I don't anymore.
Hey, Doug.
Yes, Josh.
When are you going to post that video from yesterday?
Oh, well, that's one of my other frustrations that I posted is I spent probably 3 hours editing that video that Josh and I did yesterday, working on a screensaver problem. And I wanted that to be a no edit video, but I wound up having things that I needed to edit from it because I exposed my Zoom credentials at one point. And actually at that point, I had already decided I'm going to edit this part out. And it wouldn't have been a big deal. I was almost done. And I hit a keyboard command for it to play forward so I could go forward. And the video image froze and the playhead kept going. No sound coming over, no image moving, but the playhead still going. And after a few seconds of that, it popped up an error message in the bottom right corner. And then it popped up an error message on my other monitor. And then the first time around, I think it repeatedly crashed the program at that point. Just bailed out of the program. I thought, oh my gosh, was that saved? Well, it does autosave along the way. But that incident appears to have caused damage to that file. So sure, it's autosave, corrupted, because now every time I open that, all my edits are still in place. But when I go up to that point, it fails. And I thought, what's going on? Now, this is a new editing software for me that I thought I was going to take the big business decision and buy the expensive, top-end editing software. And then, before I even did any editing, what I did with this is I brought in the entire clip, 2.5 hours, and exported it right away without doing any editing and then uploaded it to YouTube as a private video to be sure that whole workflow would function. It did. But then when I went back and tried that again, I even cut it in half and tried it. It would not complete an export, but what it generated, another error message. Last night, I gave up on it. I said, I can't do this anymore. I got to walk away. Just walk away. And then this morning, I did some searching because there were specific error messages. I did some searching on those, and I found advice that was the most common advice was to go into settings within this editing software, which is Adobe Premiere. I bought the Adobe Premiere subscription. I like the product when it works well. I have used it in the past. I've also used Final Cut in the past. And I've done a lot of editing work. So I'm reasonably okay with doing it. But anyway, the instruction for this in Adobe Premiere is to go into settings and disable hardware GPU processing or acceleration or something, which basically means telling it to use the CPU, not the graphics card, for rendering a video. That's the reason why you buy, that's why one of the reasons why I bought this computer, to really be able to do editing of videos or even producing videos and live streams with multiple things going on. I mean, I want to have, if a client calls me or I start working with somebody on a support project, I want to be able to hit the record button on the Stream Deck because XSplit is open. I want Zoom on the computer to be open so I can include the video of that. I want whatever websites, browsers that are open, my OneDrive active. I have Epic Games in the background because when I'm finished with my work, I want to go play Fortnite. And I'm going to want to have not only Adobe Premiere, but I'm also wanting to also use Adobe, what's that next one? The one for doing some special effects. I don't remember it.
Lightroom?
No, not Lightroom.
After Effects?
After Effects, thank you. Yeah, I want that. But then this very basic function, this wasn't a bunch of different camera angles or something, which I used to do with five cameras mounted on my airplane. But now I'm just one video cutting it up. I had multiple cuts in it to edit out some of them. Oh, I also edited out some of the squirrels that we did, because we did some squirrels, Josh and me.
Oh, yeah.
But they weren't really pertinent to the work that we were doing on the screensaver issue. So I figured as long as I'm editing, I might as well cut this down to more palatable length. So I was cutting out more. But anyway, now it's failed. And then this morning, I went and uploaded the whole 2.5 hours. And I figured I'll just go ahead and publish it. To heck with it. People can experience the reality of doing tech stuff. And then I realized, I got this place where I exposed the credentials because at that point in time, I already decided that I was going to edit this video. So now I've got something that's not very usable. So the original media, the original video file is fine. It'll play all the way through. So I'll just, if I wind up publishing it, I'm going to go back and maybe I'll just cut out that piece. But that means I have to watch it. Now, and this is one of the things that I like about Adobe Premiere is the J, K, L keys. The K is stop, the L is forward, L again is 1.5 speed forward, L again is faster, L again is faster, L again is faster, L again is faster, L again is faster. It goes really up high. And the first 3 or 4 presses of the higher speed, it still has the audio, running like chipmunks, but at least you can tell where there is audio. So it allows me to move around much quicker. Final Cut I had on the iMac, and the iMac is just too old and it can't keep up. Can't do
Yeah,
updates.
the only reason I asked about it is because I really enjoyed that.
Well, I'm glad you asked about it, and I wanted to at least give a description of what we did. And then I did catch some of Ken's stream from last night. Apparently, he did some work with you too that I wasn't aware of. But let's not go down that scroll right now. Now, Sam asked which video editing software, so I just answered that.
Yeah, I got that. All good. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, and you're in the Zoom as well. Savi says use Crystal Disk Info and check Smart. Yeah, I've got my tools copying over to it now. It is done. Let's see. I post wiki link. If I post country name in chat, most people will say, "Oh, okay, yeah." So the wiki. I don't think I clicked to it, did I? Yeah, and I did. I'll go ahead and do that. Alliage and open a new tab, and that's going to come up on this screen, and suspect it'll give us a little orientation of where that is. Slovenia, I guess it's that little green piece right there. Is that right? I didn't mean Greenpeace as in the organization, but little dot of green there. I think that, yeah, it says dark green, location of Slovenia. So there's approximate location. There's Italy. And then I can't recite the rest of those countries by their borders, just that the shapes look familiar. All right, coming back. Yeah, Speedy C, computer getting hot for a while. It feels pretty likely to me. Jeff puts in a blog regarding Macrium. What's that about, Jeff? Is he here? Yeah.
Yeah, that was just someplace I looked to see whether the rescue flash drive was Windows based or Linux based, and they said it was Windows PE based.
Windows PE, but I think it's a little bit variation, but probably Windows PE provides for that. Bob uses Macrium Reflect Backblaze. You can proceed. It goes to the same. Oh, I'm sorry, I already read that. Where do you live? The wiki. Oh, I scrolled back up to find his wiki. Crystal Dismart. And I answered that.
So you're gonna go in and add another Zoom link to my desktop with an icon.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you gonna make it like Doug has it set up, or are you gonna do it your way?
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it like Doug has it set up.
Okay.
He showed me before you showed up.
Okay. Moving on, Lawn Dog. So how did we fix the computer? With the keyboard and mouse problems and not use a Linux disk? You implied using a Windows solution. What was it? Okay. So, well, how did we fix? So, yeah, we haven't actually fixed the computer, but you were saying use Linux to determine whether it's hardware or software. Well, I would do you're not going to like it. I'm not saying this is better, but I've only tinkered around with a little bit with Linux, and I'm not real familiar with it. And I didn't have any reason to want to use it anymore. So one of the methods that I've used is I make a backup image, and then I just reinstall Windows and do a fresh install of Windows. If it'll do a fresh install of Windows, hardware's pretty okay. And if it doesn't do a fresh install of Windows, that's clearly a hardware problem. So that's my response on that. I'm sure you're not going to like that answer, but I don't find that any big deal at all because I need to have a backup image anyway before I'm going to do any work with it. So I'm going to do the backup image and then do it a fresh install of Windows is just a nothing burger. Bob Connors, sorry the video froze, had to close down and come back. There I'm looking at the wrong monitor again. Okay, so that's chit chat. All right, so coming back to this computer, I don't need to turn around to it because I brought this mouse and keyboard over here. There it is. I'll minimize this log me in rescue window. I don't actually need the log me in rescue connection anymore. And then Windows key E to bring up Windows Explorer. Expand the C drive, expand the SW setup folder, and there's my DougBetts Tools zip file. And I'll right click and extract that, which will create a subfolder of DougBetts Tools.
I
And
have a random fired thought.
random fire thought. Wow, that
Yeah,
sounds...
fired thought. Like just went into my brain.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Is it possible that the next time this thing becomes unresponsive, you could remote into it and see if it responds to the mouse and keyboard from the machine you're remoting in from?
Clever idea. I tried that.
And
it reported offline.
Interesting.
So I wasn't able to connect to it. And I have been able to connect to computers that the user reports as non-responsive. Commonly, that results in, have you tried replacing the batteries in the wireless mouse? Oh, I didn't know it uses batteries. That did get a follow-up laugh. Thank you very much. It's funny. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. That's the same thing with the cup holder.
Yeah, the CD drive cup holder.
I thought they were getting power wirelessly too.
Yeah. Why would it need batteries? It's wireless. That was just a groan, Sam. I like that.
Yep. Or when you tell someone to do right click and they have no idea it's the second button, right click.
Yeah.
I've had that one.
Yeah, maybe they're moving their mouse to the right and clicking.
Oh no.
What was I going? So Crystal Disk Info, and then Disk Info 64, and yes. And Smart says a C drive, or that's C and G is 100% good. DEM is good, showing 29 degrees on one, 34 on the other. But that's going to be fine.
Well, the Samsung, the 256, that's an NVMe drive. The other one's a spinning drive, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, I would suspect it's at least an SSD, not an NVMe. But I didn't pay attention to which is which. So the C
that's the two. I'm looking at delayed wise, unfortunately, but the 256, that's the NVMe.
That's
other
NVMe.
One,
the
other one that looks like a spinning drive.
Yeah, serial AT. Yeah, here. Oh, here's RPM 7200. Yeah, so definitely a spinning drive, and this was a 2017 setup. So that I think SSDs were a bit more expensive back then, so that's why they have a smaller boot drive. All right. Hardware info, bring that up and see. We'll start pushing this thing and see what happens.
Hey, Doug.
We need sensors only. Yes, Josh.
Did you do a video on how you set up Windows Explorer? Because I like the way you have it set up on mine.
The way I have it set up on yours, I don't do anything special for Windows File Explorer. Your computer did not have the left browser panel open, and that was just on the View menu. And
how did you do that?
Navigation pane right here. So if I click on navigation, let's see, this drop down list for navigation pane. So if I remove this check mark by clicking on the check mark, that turns off the navigation pane. So your computer didn't have the navigation pane, and I'm always a little bit lost when I face with a computer until I remember to go back here, and pretty much every time I have to go look for that. It's not a big deal change to make, but I never actually set that up. It's not part of my setup script. It just seems they're always set that way. And I also like details. So on the view.
Yeah, I like the way you have it set up.
Yeah, I couldn't even have told you that I left it that way because I think my intention was to return it to the way you had it. Let's see, where am I at here? Okay, I'm not going to do the update. So here we get, we'll scroll down to get temperatures. I did rearrange these sections at one point on another computer, never wound up saving it to my tools folder. So that was kind of convenient. Oh, I know, I did that on Big Beast Build. So if I bring it up right now, all of these things are sorted in a different order, so it's easy for me to display it in the video.
On the laptop.
Sorry, Josh, you started talking while I was still talking. I didn't understand
I
you.
said I want to do that same setup, what you have on the desktop on the laptop.
Oh, all right.
That's all I have.
So here's core temperatures, and we've got, none of those are expandable. All right, then we'll put this off to the side and then go find Prime 95, which I don't think I've even used it for quite a while. And Prime 95, just stress testing, blended, some tests. Now, this blended, after about 20 minutes, you get to the highest temperatures. If we can configure this to get quicker into those, we don't have to wait as long. Let's see, small, it's hard for me to read this. Maximum, all right, I'll turn around and read it over there. See if I can do it without unplugging myself.
Doug, is this going to be a new record as far as time goes for your stream? Is it going to be like a 6 hour stream since you had all those issues?
I don't know. This is blended in place, large FFTs, maximum power consumption, some RAM tested. The top one is small.
Doug, we've lost the audio.
Day is just not his day.
You know the line that's coming now.
I'm back 14.
Yeah, it was weird. I think that noise, whatever that noise was, lost it.
Yeah, but I just went back in the video and I saw the things that you made on changes. It's nothing but I don't
That
know.
loud steak bang from a soundbar would be pretty nuts, but yeah.
Hey, Alex.
What's going on?
You're there.
Ah, that's good.
Well, you know it's time. You know it's time for the line, Doug. Does this guy know what he's doing?
Not your day, Doug. Say it out.
Zoom seems fine.
Oh, we're good. Ida says, yes, we hear him. So
Running around in my head was the beginnings of a Dr. Zeus rhyme about this situation.
I hear you on Zoom. Yes.
Yes. Yep. Yes. No, I think I was hearing you before. But on the Zoom, I'm not listening to the YouTube stream. Well, there was something you did. Once you plugged back in and unmuted yourself, then we could hear you on the Zoom from that point.
All right. Well, at one point, demeanor suggested I mute myself, so I did hit the mute button there, and I just realized it was still muted. So now I unmuted from the Stream Deck. Are you hearing me over YouTube now? Now there's a 10-second delay or 8-second delay. Now it's okay. Are you telling me all it was is that I accidentally muted myself somehow? I'll tell you what, when I push the button here for Zoom, it's right next to the mute button.
Oh, they
Well,
said
I
they
could hear you on the stream just a second ago. I didn't leave it on, so it wouldn't.
They said they hear you, Doug.
Yeah, I know. They hear me now. They hear me now. So during that whole experience, the people on Zoom were still hearing me just fine. But over YouTube, they weren't. And I think it was because my microphone on XSplit got muted, even though this button wasn't flashing as the mute button.
I wasn't hearing you on Doug. I wasn't hearing you on Zoom, Doug.
Well, you guys are giving me different answers then.
Well, that was my fault. Never mind.
Oh,
I had you muted for a second. During all that, I had
oh,
you muted.
Alex goes in the waiting room.
Oh. All right.
Sorry.
Now there was static. There was somebody said their ears. Somebody was saying some loud noise came through, right?
There was a burst of static, and that was about the time we lost you in audio and Zoom.
A burst of static. So I'm not convinced that it was the mute button, because when Javid Menor suggested I mute myself, I hit the mute button and it was not muted. But I didn't look at the screen to check the microphone. But that static burst, whatever it was, I'm thinking something else happened. Oh, Darren says you're making him working. YouTube had static and faint voices from Ken Stout. All right, there were some other oranges. We can hear you. Yeah, that's all having to do with that audio stuff. So I'm not going to go through them.
Like I was watching the YouTube video because I can make the same changes you had made on the desktop to the laptop, and I got nothing but static.
You got static,
on my iPad.
On your iPad. All right. Lawn Dog says it was a loud noise like somebody turned on an air compressor. Whatever it was, we heard nothing but goofed up white noise. All right, we're moving on.
Squirrel.
We're not going to know what, we're not going to figure out what that was. Now, I was in the midst of trying to, of starting this test.
Buddy.
Sorry, I'm typing.
You need to mute yourself if you got something going on there. Then I was looking at Prime 95 to see if one of these options lets me get into the heavier tests sooner. Small FFTs, maximum heat, FPU stress, data fits, L2, RAM not tested much. I don't think we're too concerned about RAM. So I'm going to take this top one. So I think that's going to press it harder, quicker. So these are all running now. So we watch these temperatures over here. 84, that quick. We got current, minimum, maximum. So maximum column or so. We got a couple of 88s. Core, this one has a yes, maximum. Core 2 thermal throttling. So it is throttling on Core 2 due to heat. And then, now this yes up here is in red. These yeses down here are not red. Those are what? Power limit exceeded. Of course, we are pushing it. And does it lock up? If it can take this stress and not lock up, then I'm not going to think that the heat was the cause of the lockup. So mouse works, tap the Windows button, that works. When you guys first started alerting me to that audio problem, I thought it was because I was turned away from my microphone, but I didn't realize what was going on then. Ooh, what happened? Oh, I moved the mouse. Maximum still 88, looks like the highest. Thermal throttling on Core 2. I don't have enough experience with pushing these really hard to know if it thermal throttling on one core is an abnormal thing or not. Anybody else know?
On a laptop CPU, I have no idea. On a desktop CPU, I would consider that to be a problem.
Yeah.
Core 2 is the one with the highest maximum, 88.
Yeah, that, oh, this one down, this 88 down here is not an individual core, that's overall. So yeah, that Core 2 is the only one that got that high. But it hasn't exceeded that. It went up to that pretty quickly.
That doesn't surprise me, quite frankly.
That it went there quickly?
Yep, doesn't surprise me.
Particularly with the options that I selected. I think maybe if I had done that standard test, because I know that standard test, it ramps up as you go along. Usually when Kerry runs that, he lets it go for 20 minutes. And my own testing showed, yeah, I got the highest at around 20 minutes. And I was watching the The megahertz speed, or was it power usage of the individual cores, and I could see it, the amount of stress that it was putting on each core differently. I could watch it go up and down. But it hasn't locked up, so I don't think this is getting us anywhere. The way that it became non-responsive so quickly after starting the computer up, it wasn't being pushed hard. I don't see how that could be a heat issue. Is anybody seeing a reason why I shouldn't just abort this?
No.
I'm ready to abort it. I don't think this is getting us anywhere.
Unlikely.
Now, one of the things that I do in this type of scenario when there's an intermittent problem is I'll give myself a log sheet, and here's 3 pages of log sheet that I did this last week for the problems I was having with the Big Beast build, where I'm writing down every time and every step that I do and what the results are when I'm trying to pin down an intermittent problem. So with this computer, I would shut it down and start it up and test it, shut it down, start up, test it, come back minutes later. But every time I do it, I would write down the results. And that way, when I get to a lockup experience, I could see, what did I just do? What was the last things that I did? What was the sequence of events leading up to this? Because you don't know what is important for you to pay attention to until you experience the symptom. So I may wind up doing that with this computer because I'm not getting it to foul up again. All right, so I can look this way and I can click on that chat window. Paranormal activity in the house, that could be a thing. Certainly. I have a question. Why do 2 of your Zoom participants have bright windows behind their heads? Well, because they haven't paid attention to that and chosen that different. But yeah, you're right, Dennis. That's would be helpful to not have those bright windows in the background. But I don't insist on that. Why use a highly stressful test to determine the heat problems possibly in this machine when the other test didn't reveal anything significant if I saw the data correctly? Well, the other test that we looked at was just the condition of the storage media. That wasn't going to report anything about the heat that the motherboard and the CPU experiences. If the machine doesn't get hot with the previous test, well, I'm assuming the only previous test we did was the checking on the smart reporting from the drives. Why do you have to push the machine in thermal throttling where you're just trying to get the keyboard and mouse to work if thermals are relatively normal? Why don't we just move on? No, you're right. We are moving on. Aliyaj, goofed up white noise, paranormal activity. Yes. Joking, Aliyaj. Yes, I got that as a joke. Zavi has a system performed a repair attempt. Oh, we should go look in Event Viewer and see what it tells us, because it should have some reports in there. That would be an acceptable temperature. Yeah. You guys, when I have a laugh, when I have a laugh, hold up the Windows event log, see what you can see. Yeah. Cooling system is not the greatest. Can you show us the smart? Isn't that what I showed on the drives? I thought smart is what is the drive media reporting to Crystal Disk info. Am I missing something in the Zoom session?
No.
So we already did that, right? I thought we did that well before that timestamp. That's only 2 minutes old.
Didn't you show the smart before in Crystal Disk Info?
Yeah, in Crystal Disk Info. That's what gives. Maybe Zavi wasn't watching at that time. That might be what happened. Could be paranormal activity. We'll learn more neutrinos. Right now, you guys could be chasing after a ghost. Okay, and everything works fine. Well, I did get at least 2 occasions, maybe 3 on my own, and 1 occasion my client reported of keyboard mouse not responding. So mouse still responds. Windows button, Windows key on the keyboard, so that's all responsive. I'm assuming what Javi was asking for was crystal disk info.
He's now asking about bad sectors.
Bad sectors. Does crystal disk info even report that? Or yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. All right, right. Okay. It's not usual I think. Bad units read, bad units. Okay. Those are ID nodes. So these are all blue for all of these attribute names. So I would think that that means they're all okay. By the time I encounter a bad storage media on a drive, it's usually pretty obvious. Unsafe shutdowns is showing blue. I'm assuming blue is the good sign here, since we got health status good, 100% is blue. And let's go over here to the other drive. There's no flagged items there. Scrolling up and down through that list. So all of this info being reported to Crystal Disk Info, that comes by virtue of SMART, whatever that stands for. It's an acronym, SMART. Right? And nobody disagreeing with that, right? They all
Correct.
give a chorus of no. We all agree. You start Crystal, but you didn't check if there were bad sectors. That's just a matter of looking at those dots, isn't it? Yeah. We came into here. If those dots showed up red, I would expect them to show up as red if there were bad sectors. Or, I guess, okay, here the count. Oh, tell me this is Javi coming in. Yes. Start.
Yes.
What do I need to look at here?
See if they are bad sectors, and there are limits of bad sector that if you exceed the bad sector, then the blue is red. Okay?
Okay. And this threshold column is telling us what that level would be.
Yes.
And we have a current number and a worst number and a threshold. So here this one right here for like airflow temperature says current is 71, worst is 57, and threshold is 45. If the threshold is 45, wouldn't that mean anything above 45 would be bad?
I lost your the YouTube, so I don't see. Just a minute.
All right.
Okay. Where is the bad sectors? Recoverable
okay,
sectors.
where
download.
Down lower?
Yes.
I'm looking for the words back up. Reported uncorrectable errors. Is that what we're looking for?
No, sectors.
I don't see the word.
Thing it says relocated sectors is in there someplace.
Relocated sectors.
Or reallocated. Maybe?
Yeah, here's reallocated sectors count. None of these actually say bad sectors, but reallocated sectors sounds like
yes,
the right thing.
No, it's okay.
Well, it says current 100, worst 100, and threshold 5.
It's okay. It's okay. It's 0 in the value.
Well, I agree that it's okay because it's blue, but I don't understand their numbering here. If
No,
threshold is 5,
if the threshold is over 100, will be red.
if we're over 100, it would be red, but that's not the number that's in the threshold column.
So it's okay. It's only 5.
The threshold is 5. That's not what we're currently at. We're currently at 100. These numbers are backwards of what you seem to be describing.
No.
The threshold is 5, not the current value. The current value is 100. This is saying that we got 100 reallocated sectors the way I read this.
But
Yeah?
the raw value is 0.
The what?
The raw value is 0.
The raw value is 0. So what I'm hearing from you is I should...
It's okay.
I understand you're telling me it's okay. I'm telling you these are not labeled right. Do you agree with my statement? These columns are not... These column labels don't make sense.
Okay.
All right. But I agree the drive looks like it's fine. All right. So that's where you wanted me to go back in here is to look at this stuff.
Okay.
All right, we're good there. Then where do we want to go next? I'm not seeing any problems with this. I think I need to do my intermittent trouble testing, which means over time I just keep trying to get it locked up again. I'm still interested in the HP diagnostics that we can get to the diagnostics partition at boot up time. Anybody else got directions for this? Getting nothing. I think we're probably ready to wind this down. Sam says have to be a client's place 9 o'clock today, which is 1 hour, setting up her printer, doing updates on a laptop. Easy, quick way to make money. There you go. Have at it, Sam. Yes, Alex.
Before you wind it down, I got one quick thing to tell everybody.
Yeah.
And you, I just got a delivery from Ken. He just sent me a Stream Deck.
Oh, how about that? Ken sent you a Stream Deck. Nice gift. So is he going to try to configure the button on your Stream Deck to put you into the waiting room?
I sure hope not.
You know, he wants to do those multiple commands, whatever it's called. So the first command would be on his Stream Deck. The second one would be executed on your Stream Deck in order to get what he wants. All right. So, Josh, to let people know what you and I did yesterday regarding your screensaver, and just to summarize this, the subject is Josh's new build that was essentially gifted to him by some of the people that are on the Zoom session now and other people that are in the stream, and mostly focused around Ken Stout's channel. They put together a package to give Josh a new computer build. Jim put it together for them. No, Jeff. Jim. No, Jim. Yeah, Jim. That's right. And he was having troubles with the screensaver not kicking in. And he had tried some something that he wanted to do is put on a screensaver from the Windows XP era, and there was a possibility and thought that that may have caused some problems. But my work with him yesterday, I'll just tell you how it went, because it sounds to me like, if I'm understanding correctly, Ken Stout got into a Zoom session and a remote session with Josh yesterday and had done some work, I think, before my session with him, and it sounded like they thought they had fixed it. My work with Josh found that the end result was that the blank screensaver and the 3D screensaver were functional or became functional after I made a bunch of power management tab changes from Device Manager. I'm not convinced upon reflection that we tested the 3D or the blank screensaver before making all those changes. When I first connected remote to him, the screensaver was set to 3D. My understanding was at that point, the screensaver was not functional. So I said at that point, okay, 3D doesn't work. So I went straight into testing some others. I did not go straight for the blank. I went for the others that are below that in the screensaver settings. So I had gone through a bunch of changes that I had in my list of troubleshooting steps for that I don't think had been previously done. And we got to a point where we got the screensaver to work, but that was on 3D text. And as we went deeper into it, we found that only 3D text and blank would work, and the others did not work. The others would work on preview mode, but it would not kick off the screensaver. That's really what we got down to at the end of it. So I'm not convinced that we fixed anything. When we were on the video yesterday and in the recording, I thought we did fix it for those two screensavers, but especially when I heard towards the last part of, I think, last night's video on Ken Stout's channel, as I understand it from that, Ken connected with Josh yesterday and fixed the screensaver. And I'm guessing that it was actually the 3D screensaver that, for all I know, maybe never was defective. Now, one of the things that Josh and Alex had done during the week is Josh was originally having this problem with the Windows installation that he had on his computer. And what they did is they did a fresh install of Windows and found that they still had the screensaver problem. In my mind, that's what drew me to possibly one of the device drivers in its power management settings was sending some kind of signal to the computer to make Windows think that he was still active. That sounds like a lot of blubbering away that I'm kind of running on now. Bottom line is I'm not convinced that we fix anything. I think there still is something oddball there.
I'm not convinced that we fixed anything either, because
yeah,
the only screensaver I'm using is the one that came out with it.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then all the other screensavers in Windows aren't working.
Did you say the only one you're using is the one that Ken Stout put in?
Yeah, would be that 3D Windows. Or that 3D
text?
Yeah.
I don't think Ken put that in. That's on anybody's Windows 10 computer.
Yeah, that was on anybody's. But that's the one I'm using as default for now.
Yeah.
Let me ask a dumb question here. I was not in all of what happened. When you did the reinstall, did you do a nuke and pave, or did you do like a refresh where you left all the stuff installed?
We wiped it completely. We went into where it says custom install.
And deleted each of the partitions.
Yeah.
So
it was really a clean install, and then
Yeah.
you reinstalled all your other software you needed after that.
They actually, no, haven't done that yet. He's keeping it pretty minimal. Just the very minimal that he needs until he gets it.
Well, right. I mean, but everything was completely reinstalled.
Yeah.
The Windows plus the software that he needs. The
two
to text or text to speech,
right.
whatever, all that stuff. Okay.
Right. He did install those two. So
I'm not convinced that it's fixed. I'm convinced that one of the screensavers was fixed, but I'm not convinced that all of them are fixed.
Well, there's two that work. There's the 3D text works in blank. Blank is a screensaver.
And
Right.
after you reinstall, did you update all of those Intel drivers and everything again?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But I'm still not convinced that the problem went away.
yeah, I'm in agreement. And this was
And another problem is when I move my desk, I lose the connection between the computer and the monitor. And when I wiggle the HDMI cable in the back of the monitor, it completely cuts out the power from I don't get a picture on my monitor. So that made me to think that the HDMI port on the monitor is going bad.
Or the cable's bad on that end.
yeah, it could be the monitor or the cable. Now I do find HDMI cables can wiggle loose like that. That's what I was describing on.
Because I can bump the deck and not bump it really low, and it will make it lose the connection.
Have you reversed the cable?
Tried it from the other end? No.
Yeah.
That would. And then if it goes bad when you wiggle it at the computer, but doesn't go bad at the monitor after you reverse it, that might mean that one end of the cable is bad. I'm not saying that'll prove anything, but that would certainly be suggestive.
But I'm wondering if that's why the screensaver hasn't been coming on all this time.
I did do a test, and people asking about drivers. I did a test on mine, and you don't have to have drivers installed for a screensaver.
Well, no, I was just wondering if some driver wasn't updated or something, that could be a contributing factor. I don't know.
I'm gonna flip the cable around now and see what happens.
Well, I have yard work that's been calling me for a couple of hours, but I wanted to wait and see what Doug ended up with on the laptop, so I haven't gone, but it's calling me strongly now to get it done before it gets dark.
I don't think we're going to get any further on that laptop. I think I need to do that.
So anyway, thanks, Doug. It's been enjoyable, but I have to go do this before my HOA decides my grass is too high.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
Can you get with me later in the week or when you have time and put your log me in software on my HOA?
Yeah, we can handle that separate from this. Let me get through this. I've already told you yes about that a couple times. So
Okay.
Ellie Rod, yes, I remember After Dark screensavers, and I think many of us go back into the realms that you remember fondly. Then let's see, what else do I need to get here? Sam, he's going to the client. Ken, I did not put a screensaver in. Yes, I understand that. Ken, you didn't put that in. Josh kind of keeps saying that. Coming down here, should we try to use Samsung Magician and test the drive with it? And then there's System File Checker. Wow, sorry, no, I'm not buying that. If we're having a consistent problem, I would buy that. But for random keyboard mouse not responsive, that just doesn't make sense to me. Anybody else want to defend that? System File Checker? Okay, I'll take that as a no. All right, let's wrap this up. We've been plenty long enough. 4 minutes 17. I'm going to punch up Zoom and ask for those with their camera on. Oh, look at that. Everybody's got the camera on. Where's Darren? Is that? Oh, that's just a photo for Darren. All right, so for the folks on Zoom, go ahead and say your goodbyes, please. Good night, Jim Boy.
Bye, Doug.
Bye. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. And then I'll go over to the Zoom meeting, and in the Zoom meeting, in 3, 2, 1, 0, goodbye. and then punch back to here. This gives you my email address if you'd like to make contact with me. I provide free computer support during these live stream sessions or in a private session. If in a private session, I need you to come in with your camera on to make interesting video content. And I only do it for things that I consider to be interesting video content, which is most computer issues. And if you're a technician and you just have subject matter that you think you want to talk over or explore, we can do that. So you send me an email and describe what you'd like to do, and we'll put it together. So I think that's about it for this session. Let's see, Tony Wallow for the financial contribution at the beginning of the show. Thank you so much. I don't think I saw any others. And thank you for everybody who participated in the chat room and who's just watching without making your presence known. And especially for those in Zoom. Thank you, everybody. So have a great rest of your weekend. That is it for this session. Goodbye.